Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Wednesday extravaganza. Oh, well, that's what I suppose it is, of us just talking about all sorts of things. And welcome, Delboy, again. Thank you
Hello.
very much. Thank you so much for coming on. And, well, we'll get into what we normally do, which is what have you been watching? And,
Tons. Well, I'll
right.
show you. I'll show you a couple. It's always nice because I can turn my what you may call it off, look my background, which is only because this gets dark at night.
Yeah.
So I said to everybody that I was going to get round to watching The Moon. I watched that. That was really good. It is an awful lot like Ridley Scott's The Martian, only it's a Korean version set on the moon.
Mm.
So they're the second country to ever go to the moon. They go to the dark side of the moon. There's a big accident. The bloke is stranded. How do we get him back? That's that. And to be quite honest, the picture quality is superb. It was a cheap steel book for me. So that's why I bought it. It was a recommendation. And it was a good recommendation because it's right up my street, being sort of believable because we can get to the moon. We know that, don't we? So it was sort of like, that's quite good,
Yeah.
Everybody, I think, has seen Clute. I love Clute. Donald Sutherland died a couple of weeks ago. Jane Fonda, Donald Sutherland in this film, absolutely superb. I think it's a must watch. I bought it because I had the DVD edition and didn't have the Blu-ray. So I picked up the Blu-ray from HMV for just over a tenner. So absolutely superb. I thought that was well worth the upgrade. So I did that. A couple of weeks ago, I bought Hellfest. You might have heard Nigel talking about Hellfest in the last couple of weeks. So I've he's been talking about it for a month or so. I've had it around about the same amount of time. I think it's because he mentioned it in a chat to me. I finally got around to watching it this weekend. The picture is, just like he said, superb. I mean, it's really sharp. From a film point of view, it does harken back to those 70s films. It's modern, but sort of like set in that sort of like directional 70s sort of like not over complex, the normal shock type things that you get going on in slasher films. A good recommendation. If you can get that cheap, get it. I don't think it's going to be for everybody. If you like Sleepaway Camp and Friday the 13th and all of that, I think you'll get a major benefit of it. If you want to be introduced to horror, I think you'll definitely get something from it. If you're a big horror historian that has seen absolutely everything and you were given that, you'd probably look at it and go, I've seen far better. I've seen things that I can see that had been done in other films and all of that sort of stuff. Do you see what I mean? But because I'm sort of like building on my horror, having come from really Hammer horror and those sort of backgrounds and Exorcist, I haven't seen all those video nasty, a lot of those video nasties. That was the forte of my friend Steve Baxter. His name's Dottie. So I got that. Then Clue, that's an old one. Clue.
Oh yeah.
What a cast on this one. Tim Curry, Madeline Kahn, Christopher Lloyd. Wow. Picture quality superb on this one.
What year is that? What year is that?
1980 something, I think.
Yeah.
1985. There you go.
Wow. Right.
So that was great. Really enjoyed that. That's because my friend Denny said that he was going to buy the collection of John Pertwee's TV series Who Done It. Do you remember Who Done It?
Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah.
Network, the new network label called Old Gold.
Yeah.
They're releasing that in the next couple of weeks. Who Done It? complete series. It's £65 though.
Whew.
But he mentioned who done it, and I went, "Oh, I fancy watching a Cluedo type thing. I don't know what to watch. I've seen Knives Out, and I've seen all of these things, and I was going, oh, I haven't seen Clue in a long time, so I dug my copy of Clue out, watched that. Over the weekend, it was Glastonbury and all of that, and I fancied watching a film that's more music orientated, so I watched Electric Dreams.
Oh yeah.
Right up my street, Electric Dreams, really, because it's synthesizers, in early computers, where a computer suddenly gets a conscience. Here's a girl playing, playing, I don't know if it was a violin or a double, that was a double bass, I think, and playing lots of classical music, and it starts playing back, and she thinks it's the neighbor underneath that's playing on a electronic keyboard of some sort. They fall in love and all of that sort of stuff. Quite good. I was at a bit of a loose end, so I went back to watching The Martian Chronicles. That's my lenticular.
Oh yeah, I've got that. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, we all know The Martian Chronicles. What a cast!
Yeah,
what a great picture for an oldish production. There are many classic parts to it. I don't know whether I liked part 1, part 2, or part 3 the best. I think probably going to Mars was more exciting than actually being on Mars and all the things going on. I'm not quite sure. Nicholas Hammond was one of the early expedition ones where he landed, and he thought he'd landed back at his old home or something, and they slowly poisoned or killed him. I don't want to give too much away. But the early expeditions seem to be tipped in disasters, but they still kept going and going and going. Right, I'm going to keep going with this. And the last one is the Back to Black. The sad story of Amy.
Oh right, what's that like then?
Oh well, that weren't too bad. It could have been better. I don't think there was enough done in regards to how she got into drugs and what naturally killed her. It's more about the things were going on around her, bringing her up into what we know of Amy Winehouse. But I mean, we got to remember that she met a bloke that sort of like changed her life, introduced drugs, drink got hold of her, and that was the end. But I've heard I've watched so many biographies of her, so many people saying that her father was a lot to blame, and he comes away in this film really quite squeaky clean. From that point of view, it can't be that accurate. It's probably like that Elvis film, that came out. There's a little bit of drama that you need to put into these things, and we'll play this down or whatever because we don't want to cause too much of an uproar in regards to stuff.
Does it show any of the recording the albums and writing and all that?
It's all newly shot. There's no stock footage really that I can remember of it, where you see her in distance or and that is actually Amy Winehouse in the background. I think it's definitely all newly shot, just
and
like they
like the actress.
Oh yeah, she acted quite well. It's just like I say, I think that an actress can only act based on the material. I've heard that the actress studied Amy Winehouse really closely, sang the songs, all of that sort of stuff into the character. That comes across. Do you know what I mean? It's not like Jolson's story where they got an actor and he lip synced and I got Al Jolson to sing it, all of that sort of stuff. Talking those sort of trick plays. But it's just that there's something about it that makes me stop by saying it's a must see. It's as accurate as it's ever going to be, all of that sort of stuff. It's sort of, it makes me want to say, watch this film, but immediately go and watch a biography. There's a specific one that's out there that I think is called, which is close to the words Back to Black, which I think is about an hour and a half long. It's on Sky Arts quite often. That I think, you would get more from the history of that than you would from watching the film. You know what I mean?
Was her performance more than an impression?
Yeah,
Or,
I mean,
sort of
you can tell that she took a lot of essence from how she might have been feeling at the time. You know, like there's one part where she's sitting on the bed and she's writing her lyrics down and doing all of this sort of stuff, and you can sort of go, yeah, I can imagine Amy doing that. You know, she's in her pajamas, just
yeah,
and she's talking to her. Is it her aunt? Yeah. She goes off on holiday to her aunt, and that's where her life changed. I think she was like 14, 15. So all of that sort of stuff came across as, oh yeah, that's very true, and you can see the sentiment in it. It's just later on, I look at what was going on around her, and I just think to myself, it was harder than that. All that media attention, all of those cameras flashing, all of that sort of stuff. You
all
see
the time,
it's almost like they had about 6 cameras in her face or something like this, and you know full well there would have been about bloody ton of them all around going like this as she tries to get into cars. It's that sort of thing. It's
I remember that at the time.
She had a harder time than that.
I remember at the time thinking this is not going to end well.
Yeah,
I was shocked when it happened, but there was a terrible inevitability about it, wasn't there? Really, which is sad to think that, but it was mad, wasn't it? The media, absolutely madness.
And that's where I'm saying, look, they do show the media in a bad light, but it's far worse than that. I remember all of the Sun front headlines, everything. To get that sentiment across, you would need to cut to the pressings of the Sun and showing all the front covers, and then her reading it in the morning or something like that. And there isn't that much of that. You know what I mean? It's more about people around her telling her not to listen to such stuff, and trying to be her guides and that. And from that point of view, that seemed to me like embellishing. Like using a brush and just painting it with a great big brush. This is how it was like, rather than the fine detail of how it must have affected. You know what I mean? I look at it like a big tar brush over it all, where they could have done a lot more detail at the certain parts, like that. Yeah. Not a bad film, not a brilliant film.
Worth watching.
Watch it because it's a curiosity and you'd get something out of it. I think that you'd get more out of it if you watch a documentary and then watch it, or watch a documentary. The documentary is probably going to be just as bad in regards to what really happened, because that's going to be embellishment and asking people around her after she's gone. I mean, she can't answer and say, "Yeah, that happened."
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like that. It's not like that can happen, is it? So,
no.
But of course, it came to mind because Glastonbury was last weekend.
And I remember her performances at Glastonbury, and
that's what I mean. The BBC showed a lot of old Glastonbury stuff, through the years, and they showed her set when she came on and sang Valerie and all of those sort of things.
She was amazing.
She had a crop top on, and all of that sort of stuff. So that's how I want to remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. That's everything I watched.
Okay. So let's see, what have I watched?
Here we go.
Yeah. All right. You should get your clock out. Yeah. Right. Now, the first film I'm going to talk about, I've reviewed it. A lot of people are probably not going to be happy with me, but I'm always honest in what I do. It is this, The Crow, of course.
Oh yeah, I watched that. Yeah,
and I was disappointed in it. I know that sounds really thingy. I was really disappointed because there's such a lot of mythology almost around this film because of what happened with Brandon Lee and people going on about this film, and I didn't really connect with it very much. I found it a bit just underwhelming. I don't know. it's like everything was dark, which I suppose it is. There was no it was like, you know, like when they filmed Gotham City, always even at daytime it's night. This felt like that. It was total night. There was I don't know, I just didn't have any sympathy. I didn't connect with characters. I didn't connect with him at all as a character. The revenge aspect, I didn't connect with anything like that. I just thought, oh, it's just a big letdown. That's how I felt, which is a shame, you know. I mean, there we are. That's just how I felt about it.
I watched your review, Ian.
Yeah.
And it intrigued me because before going into your review of it, I knew full well you got the hardest task in the world to do this film, and I'll explain what I mean by that.
Yeah.
When that film came out, we knew what had happened to Brandon Lee, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people went into that film then liking it when actually they probably didn't. Do you know what I mean? You know, there's a big expectation. It's a classy film, but to be quite honest, it's clumsy. I mean, I can tell you now, it's a clumsy film, right? It's based on a comic, so of course I know the comic background of it.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you don't need to know that going into the film, right? But add 20, 30 years onto that, and basically you're then looking at it as an old historic film, but still knowing what happened to Brandon Lee. So you're looking at it, a very clumsy film made 20 odd years ago, also knowing what happened to Brandon Lee, which means it's worse than it was because nobody knew what happened after that film. You know, after that film came out, there was Spawn and Spider-Man. We've had Batmans. We've had all sorts of stuff that have superseded it. You've seen all of those films, and then you're looking at this one, and you can't put your eyes back because you never saw it back then.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a clumsy film with sort of dark overtones without no idea of the comic book and knowing everything that's happened before it. So you're obviously going to come away going, well, I don't know what all the fuss was.
Yeah.
If you'd have seen it at the pictures at the time and didn't know anything about all of the stuff that was coming up in the 2000s, I think you'd have probably had a better light on it, and then you'd be looking at it with nostalgic eyes.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that bought the Steelbook and have been raving about it.
They have. I've seen loads of
people that saw it or remember it on VHS from Blockbusters or buying it on DVD and they haven't seen a copy of it since the DVD version of it, or I remember it and I haven't seen it for donkey's years, and then they watched it and they've been wowed by the Steelbook and the slip cover on it and all of this sort of stuff, right? Now I'm a big comic book fan. Even I turned around and said, "It's as I remember it, I'm afraid." And what I remember of it was good, but everybody was raving about it for all the wrong reasons, which is everything that's going on in the background of the film. How wonderful it was that they managed to complete the film in long shot, because obviously Brandon Lee had died and they'd filmed 98% of it. That they had to film was all long shot stuff, which they used with this stunt person, you know. So it's amazing how they got it all completed, and then there was all homages to it, and documentaries about how they managed to get the film over the finish line. And of course, if you remember all of that in Starburst magazine, and film, you know, Barry Norman doing his film review of it when he said this is what happened and all of that. And of course, what's happening is that you're looking at it from a sympathetic point of view and not its own merits.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
So
and I just looked at it,
it on its own merits, and there aren't that many of them.
I mean, I
Take it like this.
I
Take
just
it like this.
looked at it
You might not know this,
without
Ian.
the mythology.
Yeah, take it like this. I've seen
Yeah.
better episodes of in a TV series called Supernatural than I have in that film.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I've never seen it, but I've heard of
Right?
it. Yeah, yeah.
Or Grimm, a
I
TV
think
series called Grimm, and all of that. All those.
you see, I think even if a film isn't always as good, if you can relate to the characters more or feel something, then that's a good plus. But there was nothing of that. I didn't care about what his fate or anything. It just didn't work for me. But anyhow, we'll move on to the next one. Next one's another one that's controversial. Oppenheimer. Now,
Okay, yeah.
here we are. Look at this here. It says here, masterpiece. Oh dear. No. I kind of dreaded almost watching this because I had opinions about it even before I'd seen it, which is a bad thing. It's a bad attitude to go in.
Yeah.
I knew certain things about it, and I felt this has been an overhyped film because of all the Barbie business and all that background to it. So I went into it, and I can see exactly why people have been split on this film. I just found it too long. I think it's far too long. I don't think they've kept a tight rein on the edit, which is unfortunate because he's such a good director. I like the director.
Yeah.
He's a great director. For me, the best part, in fact, that should have been the climax was the actual explosion, the nuclear bit.
Yeah.
And that kind of got overshadowed, which is such a shame because of all this other nonsense that we had. All this about the Communist Party stuff.
Just
going
quickly,
on
do you think that you might have had a better experience if you'd have seen it at the cinema?
No, I don't think I would, because
that's interesting.
Because I could tell, because again, he's another character I didn't particularly connect with. I didn't think he was a really good character. He had a lot of flaws as a character, and I didn't have any sympathy. Sometimes flawed characters you can have sympathy for. I didn't have any sympathy for him. And there were so many different bits in the film. It just didn't have anything, like the he had an affair, didn't he? And she committed suicide. I didn't feel I should have felt a lot more about that. Where to put it in the film, I don't know. I didn't understand enough of his relationship with his wife. Do loads of things, and they're all good actresses as well. I mean, they're very good actresses. And I'd say the positive. I've got to say this. Cillian Murphy is a great actor, and I think he's great in the role. It's just that I didn't, no matter how good an actor he is, and he's a great actor, I still
what about Robert Downey Jr. that got the award?
Yeah, again, I don't know whether that was. I didn't. Nah, you see, there's so many things. It just, normally I don't criticize long films. I don't mind films that are quite long often, but this really did seem long. I wasn't bored, but I was just rather. It's like having indigestion with it. It was just, too much. I thought if you mention about the Communist Party connections one more time and all this, I will scream. And there it was again.
Ian, you can't do that. Oh, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this film because I've got the gut ache. You can't do that.
It felt like that. And also, the bomb is dropped. Great, and we know the story afterwards. But even then, it just you didn't have any sympathy for him at all. I just didn't give a damn about him, and it's sad because a lot obviously went into this film, and it's an Oscar-winning film, but it wasn't for me. It's not. I mean, I probably
Fair enough.
will come back to it again and watch it, but to me, it needed. I don't know. There's something seriously wrong with this film. It just didn't connect with me. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I know other people actually do think it's a masterpiece going on like that, and that's great if they enjoy it in that sense. But this is just my personal viewpoint. I expected more, but then I say that, but really I shouldn't, because I know there were people who were not as blown with it as I. It was a very divided film, wasn't it? I think it was a divided film.
Yeah.
But that's just my viewpoint on it. I think my instincts were right. I kind of knew that it probably wouldn't be me, but I'd like to be proved wrong.
Yeah.
And I have been proved wrong in the past. I've gone into films and then think, oh yeah, this is good, but this one didn't.
I'll say this about it, and I'll be very, very quick.
Yeah.
Anybody that knew me around the chat circuit at the time that this film was coming out knew that I wasn't listening to any hype. I refused to watch any documentaries or know anything about the character. Only what I already knew from school and what I'd read, anything, beforehand, because I mean, obviously I know a lot of things that were going on, like with the Enigma situation. So of course you go off with other famous people that were going on around that time. I went in to an IMAX theater to watch it. So of course I'm watching the super deluxe 70 millimeter. How big is this screen version? Right. I came away not saying it was a masterpiece, but turning around and saying, yeah, that's the film of the year. That's the film of the year. This ensemble cast works, right? That's what I said. But it's not blowing me away like, say, Zodiac or a film like that. It didn't engross me to the point where I was going, oh wow. And even I got arseache, is what I call it. I got up out of my seat after 3 hours going, Jesus Christ, I feel like I've been sitting on a commode for about 3 hours, let alone this seat. I mean, I feel I own this seat. That's how long I've been sitting in it. But I think that if you'd have seen it at the cinema, because I then watched it on 4K on my surround sound system, and I got a different impression when I watched the 4K version. I didn't get the wow when I watched it on my telly, with the room dark, with me just focusing on the telly, with my surround sound amps on. I turned around and went, no, that IMAX theater blew me away. This is nothing like IMAX. And the explosion sequence just has to be seen to believed in IMAX. Jesus Christ, that explosion. Wow. You know what I mean? So I think that I came away sort of like going, it's not the best, but it's also not as bad as what some people are saying. Some people were turning around saying, I hate this. Absolutely. What is this drivel? Oh, 3 hours of boredom. In fact, I know what I'm going to do. If I can't sleep at night, I'm going to put this on. 2 minutes guaranteed I'm going to be asleep, right? I don't even need to take sleeping tablets, people were saying. And I'm going, oh, come on. This is really, really bad. But I do feel that they set themselves up for a fall when they bring out steel books and films like this, because by putting a banner on it that says a masterpiece, then basically you're setting yourself up for a fall.
Yeah. I mean, it's there. It's written there. They've already selling it. They're selling this film as a masterpiece.
So physical media is not just picked up by people that are collectors. There are people that will go, oh, I'm going to pick that up as a I've heard such good things, and it'll be
Yeah.
one that I want to watch and own and keep, because I've heard so many
Yeah.
good things about it.
Yeah.
So if you put Masterpiece on it and you watch it and it's a piece of junk, then of course you're going to be skeptical about every film you ever pick up from then on. They said, well, they said that it was a masterpiece. What a bag of shit that was. So I do think they set themselves up for a fall. But I do think, Ian, that you'd get a much better understanding if you'd have seen it at the cinema.
That raises an interesting question, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
About films. How our opinion of a film can change seeing it at the cinema and then seeing it at home. And that, therefore, if that we have that question, what does that say about the film? Is an interesting point.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that Nolan would have said, "I'm making a film to be seen at the cinema." I'm not thinking I'm making a film that can be seen at the cinema but equally be enjoyed at home. I'm pretty sure he went, no, it's the theatre production. You go to the theatre to see the theatre production, and then if you want to see knockoff school productions afterwards that are based around it, go and do that. And that's what he's classing probably the people that buy it on DVD, Blu-ray, and everywhere else. So I must admit, it cost an awful lot of money to see that film in an IMAX. I went to London to see it.
Yeah.
But I came away going, that was worth it. I was thinking about it on the journey back home. And, I mean, I must admit, I was thinking of my mum all the time. I was going, oh, I wonder how she is. This is a 3-hour film. It takes me an hour to get to London. It takes me an hour to get back. But but at the end of the day, she was all right. I went early in the morning, saw her after very early afternoon showing. I was back home before 5 o'clock. So it was almost like I'd been to work. The only thing that hurt was my leg. Walking from Paddington to the IMAX theatre and then back to Paddington and then back home was really, I mean, I was feeling it for 2 days. And it proved to me that I've got a long way to go before I'm going to be able to travel to London every night, do any job work. You know what I mean? I tried it out. It didn't work out. But yeah, I think this one is a cinema release. It's a watch it at the cinema. If you're watching it at home, you're going to get a different experience.
Well, that's interesting because I look at what about a film that I think that's close to my heart and to a lot of people's hearts is Blade Runner. I saw Blade Runner at the cinema, was totally blown away. I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And now I still watch it at home and my opinion does not change at all.
But are you watching it with nostalgic eyes? Are you watching it with nostalgic eyes?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm.
I know I am.
I've heard the people's criticism.
I saw that at the cinema. I bought it on VHS. I bought it on Laserdisc. I bought it on DVD. I've seen it all. Every time I look at it, I can almost smell the cinema that I was at.
I love it so much that.
So what I'm trying to say is I can't blank out the fact that I saw it at cinema.
But there are films that I love, and therefore it doesn't change. This film is a film that I don't think I would ever love, even if I liked it more.
It could almost be a Last of the Mohicans or whatever it is. You know those 3-hour spectacular films.
Lawrence of Arabia. I mean, people look at that. What a spectacular, brilliant film that is.
Yeah, and I only saw that film after I'd seen it a million times before on telly. And when I saw it at the cinema, I went, "Wow!" Now, if only I'd have seen that back in the day, but I weren't even born. You know what I mean? That again is a film that is a film's film. You know what I mean? You see that at the cinema. That's the best way to see it. You will come away. What I'm trying to think of is that I block everybody around me out when I'm at a cinema. I'm there going, wow. Right. When I'm at home, I can do the same, but it's almost like I know I'm in my room. I know everything around me. It's all familiar. I'm sitting in my own chair. I know it's my own comfy
Actually,
seat.
this is interesting. Do you turn the light out?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. You see, we're trying to recreate the cinema experience.
Yeah. But because I'm sitting in my own seat and I'm watching things probably too close to the screen, you know, I ought to be further away. But I can't because I'm only in a 9-foot wide room. Right?
Yeah.
Because of that, I think possibly I would get better enjoyment if I had a better setup. But my setup is good enough for me to go, this is good. You know what I mean? But I do think they are two distinctly different things: film, cinema, and film physical collection. I don't care whether you've got a $6 TV. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's whichever way you look at it. You know, when you turn the lights off, you know instantly you're in your room.
Yeah.
You can't get it out your brain. When I go out, I'm going out and everything seems weird and strange. What's going to happen? Is somebody going to stab me? Is somebody going to, all of these excitements, you know, and then you go in and you don't know, is somebody going to sit next to me? All of this sort of stuff. And then when finally the light comes out, nobody's sitting to the left of you, nobody's sitting to the right of you, and you're sitting dead center in the center aisle of the center. You're looking up, I'm in the zone.
Yeah.
Now I'm in the zone. My phone's off. Nobody's disturbing me. I can't go to the toilet without missing part of the film.
Yeah.
There's no pausing. You know what I mean? So I am instantly alive.
Yeah.
At that point. And you can't do that at home. You cannot do that at home.
No.
You know full well you've got a remote where you'll go, pause, right, going off for a piss.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. So at cinema, you're right. You think, I'm not going to the toilet. I'll hold
exactly.
it.
As much as I want to go, as much as I want to go, I know full well I'll be missing 50 pence of my £13 if I go to the toilet.
And you might miss the most crucial scene in the film.
I've worked it out to the minute how much this film's cost. You know, it's going to take 50 pence away from the 13 quid I spent.
You do, yeah. Anyway, I'll get on to the next one. Right, next one that I watched was this one, Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 3. Absolutely loved it. I had actually seen this before, but I just love this film. It seemed to me a really nice ending to the trilogy, really. Hopefully they won't do anything else with this. And it's strange because Marvel, I've kind of got fatigued, like a lot of people, with them. I've not even bothered with a lot recently, but this one just seemed so refreshing. It seemed back to how it should be, you know. It was fun, enjoyable. Love the music again, which is that's possibly another reason why I love this series, is the songs, the nostalgia and all that stuff. But it's well acted, great story, humor. You love the characters. You see, that's it. You can get into characters. So, you know, a criticism often, like I may have leveled at these other comic book films like The Crow, is there's no connection with characters. Whereas these, you can't help but love the characters. You know, you fall, and that's a great thing, isn't it? If you've made a film as a director and you can get your audience to love the characters, then that is what counts. I think that's so important, and that's why and so I like that. And then finally, because everybody's been talking about, well, not everybody, exaggeration, but you showed the trailer to this, and I thought, oh, I'll watch that. I'll dig my copy out, and guess what it is? The Burning.
Oh, The Burning.
I dug my. I thought, oh, I'll watch. I haven't seen this for ages. I wonder what I think of it now. My opinion hasn't changed. I loved it. I think it's a great film, and I even popped in the extras. There's Rick Wakeman on one of the extras talking about the film. He's so funny. And the way he talks about it is fantastic. I don't know.
1981, isn't it, that film?
Yeah, it's a great. It's just got it all there. It just works so well. You know, it's enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. I thought
I don't like to blow my own horn on this. It's just that I do have to think that I think people like yourself and people like Nige are the people that are heavily promoting this film.
Yeah.
But I think quite rightly so. Right?
Yeah.
I don't like these words that people are using at the moment, like underrated.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Overrated.
Yeah.
Or it's a gem, etc., etc. Right? I don't like these words. That film is not an underrated film. I remember seeing it all over the place in the VHS days and all of that sort of stuff, right? I look at it as a film that nobody talks about anymore and is what they call a forgotten gem, right?
Yeah.
A forgotten gem. That's a perfect term to use because not underrated, not overrated, all of this sort of stuff. It's not been talked about for a long time. It had its time, and when it had its time, it shone. What you're doing now is you're introducing something that nobody is talking about much anymore, bringing it to highlight to new people that are literally they're in their 18, 19, 20, 21. You know, they were born in this 2000s, right? And going, this is a film that was made 20 years before you were born, boys and girls. I watch this. This is horror, and then let them make their own mind up. And you can then talk nostalgically about it quite easily.
Yeah.
You say, right, now that you've seen it, right? If you've got any questions or opinions on it, the way you go, well, I don't know what you saw in it. You can now have a deliberation on it and say, well, look, what you got to understand is that you've been watching horror films that are in a certain mode that have been made in a certain way for the last 20 years. I'm seeing those films, but I'm also knowing what the films were like 20 years before you were even born. This shone, and it still shines, and you can then go into a quite good argument about things by turning around and saying, yeah, but just think, that shot that was on the river couldn't be done. You know, now it'd be CGI, or you'd have people under the water in swimming stuff, right? And all
practical effects.
People that were in those boats, right, were actually people off of the street. There was hardly any health and safety, and the fear on their face will be there because, quite rightly, they could be tipped over at any moment and they can't swim. That fear is natural fear then, so their faces you cannot capture now. You cannot capture that now. They are safe. They feel safe. Just because someone says act scared doesn't instantly mean that you're going to be scared. These people were generally scared.
Yeah.
There was no health and safety there. They could die on the set. You know, they're on a boat, for God's sake. The cameraman's thinking, how am I going to save my camera? He's not thinking about your life. He's got, I've got a £5,000 camera here. How do I save that if this goes in the water?
Yeah.
But he's not thinking about if you fall in the water and you can't swim, how you're going to get out.
Oh dear.
Actually,
what I found interesting about this movie, because once I thought, oh, I'll start watching more extras. I'm like that. Is the whole thing with Miramax and the Weinstein brothers?
Oh
it's a whole story. So again, it makes it interesting. The whole background to this whole film is absolutely fascinating. And that's why. And then when I saw Rick Wakeman, I thought that's good because he was on about getting payment. He said they rang him up and says, "Oh, how would you like to come over to New York? And we've got a big orchestra. We're going to do all that. We're going to spend loads of money." So he says, "Oh yeah, great." He went over to New York. He said he got in the office and said, "Oh, Rick, sorry, we want to say, how about you just stick to doing your synthesizers?" You know, just you. We don't need all that. He suddenly realized about the money aspect. They didn't have the money.
Yeah, we know what you're here for. Thanks for that. I'll piss off. Yeah.
But it was funny the way he said it. But the film is it is a very enjoyable film, and quite rightly, people talk about it now, and that's good. I think that's it. And I always do my music thing, which nobody's interested in, but I still do it. And this one,
Well, I'm keeping an eye on this clock and whether people are commenting.
Look at this album. This is the first call. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the album that King Crimson could well have made because, of course, Robert Fripp is with David Sylvian, and David Sylvian was a great artist, really. Mistakenly, I think, because of Japan, were never really into all this stuff in the early 80s. They had that image, with all those particular groups at that time. I'm trying to think of my brain's gone blank, but yeah, they never were part of that movement. All this stuff that came out. Oh God, I can't. Anyhow, it's a great album and I enjoyed it, but I can't think of all those groups, like Duran and other one. All that who were involved in New Romantics, they were never really part of the New Romantics. And of course, an interesting you might know is the Yellow Magic Orchestra and Sakamoto, who David Sylvian worked a lot with and was very much influenced. You might know about that one.
Oh yeah. I mean, my favorite track of theirs is Rydeen. Brilliant track, and it had I think it was the first sample of a galloping horse in a synthesizer. That track. I've seen them live, on in a Blu-ray type thing. I think they've had many different lineups over the years, but but that I mean, I do like Kraftwerk. I do sort of like get very nostalgic when I listen to certain tracks. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter whether somebody else is playing it or not. To me, it sounds sort of like the same.
I love Tin Drum, the very last album by Japan. I think it's an absolute wonderful album. And that's the one that's got Ghosts on it. And Ghosts is such a wonderful track. It really stands out. That's why you could never put them in with all these other new romantic groups. They were never anything like them, but they got slow. It's because they wore makeup, but they'd been like a glam rock thing before that. So that's how it was. Anyhow, let's get into the comments then. Right. So here we go. Danny Duke says, how are you doing? I'm okay. Hello, Danny. Thank you for joining us again. And then we've got Stephen Taylor. Good evening to both of you. I hope you're having a good week. My question is, what was the last film you watched at the cinema, and do you go there very often? Oh my. Because I haven't been for years. So I'll try and think what last film. Whew.
I think mine was Ghostbusters. Not the one that came out this year. Frozen Empire.
Mine is going back. I mean, literally years. It'd be when I went with my son.
Well, let me ask you a question then, Ian. You buy an awful lot of physical media, right?
Yeah.
Do you think buying on physical media is enough to say you're supporting cinema and the life spell of the cinema?
Maybe.
It's an interesting question, you see.
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons, I'll be honest, one of the reasons I don't go to the cinema is because of my health, the way I'm to walk. It's a very simple reason like that. It's how it is, I'm afraid. I say the last film, you know what the last film I probably saw at the cinema was? The Lion King. That's showing you. That shows in
Yeah.
90s. That would be probably the last film where I took my son.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
would be the
I
Lion King.
don't think you should feel bad about that. I only asked
Yeah.
that question because
Yeah.
there are so many people that I hear, oh, I'm big pro the cinema and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But then you then look into their history, you find out, yeah, the last time I went was about 15 years ago, and blah blah blah. And I'm going, so are you saying therefore then, because you're a physical collector of stuff, that you think that's enough to say that you support the cinema? Because I'm telling you now, if you do, that is not going to support cinema. Only bums on seats at the cinema is going to save cinema.
Yeah.
They won't pile the money in. They'll do films direct to Netflix and do things direct to DVD, like we used to call direct to DVD. If we don't support the cinema, I must admit my health is not great. I make a purpose of going once or twice a year. I wish I could go more. I used to go every week. But I don't appreciate the cinema that much anymore because of the cost of everything. And I definitely know that my health wouldn't be good enough for me to buy a monthly ticket where you could go to the cinema then for a £5, because you've already paid $14.95 for a monthly, whatever it is. So I will be sad if cinema goes, but I can't turn around and say I was a big advocate for it to remain and not put my hand on my heart and say, yeah, and I only went myself twice or so a year. You know what I mean? So I'm a bit like that. I feel a little bit of a hypocrite sometimes by saying I'm a big, it's not enough that I'm buying a film on Blu-ray and saying that means I'm supporting cinema, because I'm not. That money, that's almost like saying I know that my council tax money is paying for the potholes in the road, because you know for a while that your council tax is being siphoned and around, and it's not going to the places that you think.
Exactly.
So if you think that the money is going to Paramount and Paramount are putting that money into making the next film, you'll be sadly in the wrong. If you go to the cinema, some of that money might be going back to the making the next film.
I must admit, there is one thing, and I'm sure you feel the same as well. I like it when they say that they're having special screenings of films, old films that we perhaps saw when they came out. Like they'll say, oh, there's a special showing of Blade Runner or Halloween or, all these films. And there's people going, and I think that's great. Yeah. It's really good. Especially they're often younger people who probably,
something came up on Facebook. Something came up on Facebook today. It said August month is Spider-Man month. We're showing every single Spider-Man film at VUE throughout August on a Tuesday or whatever it is. And we're showing all the way from the very first Tobey Maguire film all the way through to now every week. We've shown them all. And I'm going, oh, that's good. You know what I mean? Some people might have never have watched it at the cinema, in 2002 when Spider-Man came out. A lot of people might have not watched it until they saw the DVD copy when they were 6 or 7 years old, because mum sat you in front of the telly while she was doing the washing up and said, yeah, watch this Spider-Man or something, right? That was your first, and that was your first viewing of what Spider-Man was. And it was only then 10 years after that you saw the newer ones, that are out now. And you wondered to yourself, why aren't they as good as the Tobey Maguire ones? Without actually even seeing the Tobey Maguire ones at the cinema yourself. So I think it's really good when they do these special screenings. If they did more of them in my hometown, I would definitely go and see a Blade Runner. I would see a Jaws. I would see all of these, right? 2001, which is, I know you would go and see. 2001.
Oh dear, please, not again.
I know. I brought that in to make you laugh. What I'm saying is, as a spectacle event, and an old. I'd even go and see things like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is
I love that to see that. Yeah,
which is not a spectacle film to see at the cinema, but I think that I would get to learn what it was like to see at the cinema, because I never saw that at the cinema.
Oh, I did, of course.
You see, I only saw that one on video.
Yeah, I saw that at the cinema. Excellent.
I am glad. I put my hand up and say, yeah, here is a film I could have seen at the cinema, haven't.
Yeah.
There was no special screenings in my town of that. Came out at a time where I would have been too young to watch it.
There is a very positive thing that I saw, is that the fact there were screening when we mentioned it, I think maybe last week, X, Pearl, and Maxine, all together. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful way of promoting Maxine? I think that's great. Absolutely wonderful.
Well, we were talking about last week whether that was actually happening. So they actually have done that now. It is Maxine. As far as I know, Maxine's not released.
Isn't it?
This week it was the prelude to The Quiet Place.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen all. You're right. I haven't seen anything about Maxine. Nobody's.
If they have shown these three together,
I have seen.
I'll tell you what, that would be an advanced preview and a half.
Yeah, I have seen reviews of it, but not in this country. It's like there's an Australian. What's it called? It's a woman who's really good. She's just spooky. I think she's called Spooky Astronauts or something like that. And she reviewed Maxine, and so they've obviously got it in Australia. So I don't know if we're behind.
I'm confused. I don't know whether it's out or not. You tell me, is what I'm saying.
That's a good point, because nobody did you see that? He hasn't. I don't think he's reviewed Maxine yet, has he?
Not that I've seen.
No. So I don't think it is out. He'd be there, wouldn't he?
I'm pretty sure he'd be there day one.
Yeah.
With his camera.
Yeah. So I think you're right. It hasn't come out. Anyhow, I better move on to the next one. Let's see. We've got Steve's Gaming. Hi, guys. Del looks a prisoner in that shirt. Being naughty, have you?
Yeah, I have to do my special salute to Steve. Thanks, Steve, you bastard. Yeah, I've been naughty. I watched one of your videos and I was put on the naughty step. If that hasn't promoted your channel as well, I don't know what has. Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, I've been naughty.
And then, we've got Pugwall 3.16. Bayek, how are you chaps doing? Any thoughts on the new Beverly Hills Cop? Yeah, I'd just like to thank him again. Is that he asked me quite a while ago to just do a little review. Well, he asked what our favorite horror films were, and he asked a lot of people, and he put me in his documentary, which came out, and it was really nice. Wow. Well, thank you for that. But it's a good documentary. Anybody gets it. It's all sort of YouTubers and people, directors, and all sorts of people just talking about the favorite horror film.
This is on Pugwall's channel, yeah.
Yeah. If you go to his channel, you'll find it on there.
I'm gonna do that straight afterwards.
Yeah.
You've sold me.
And it says here, any thoughts on the new Beverly Hills Cop? So has that just come out now?
It has just come out, and I haven't seen it yet. So I
must try and.
I'm probably going to see it this weekend, if you see what I mean. So.
Yeah, I must have a look at that. Yeah,
I've got a vested interest to watch it because it's an 80s.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
and so obviously that's one that I did see at the cinema. The sounds of it are even in my head now. I can hear Harold Faltermeyer famous riff right now in my head. So, of course, I've got a vested interest in going, I wonder what they've done. Have they aged him well? Is he still this wisecracking? So yeah, I'm intrigued. So yeah, I will be watching that this weekend. I think I'll say something in my blog on Sunday about
Yeah,
it. I will
yeah.
make a point, I think, of
I'll see
seeing
if I
that.
can get a download of it if it's gone out on streaming. Which streaming channel's it gone on? Netflix or
That's what I mean. I gotta just check that, but I think so.
yeah, I'll have to check it out which it is. Yeah, so well, you can only hope for the best. But history shows that it may not be the best, but you know, you can hope. I like to be proved wrong. I like everybody to be proved wrong, won't we?
Yeah.
So definitely worth watching, and we'll see what we'll see. Fingers crossed that it's not.
Thinking about it, if I remember rightly, Coming to America 2 was Netflix. I'm pretty sure Beverly Hills
Yeah,
Cop Netflix. You know,
and
I
that.
don't think it's Prime because it's more. You need more money than Prime's got to make that film.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's definitely not Disney. So I think you'll find it's Netflix.
It will be, and yeah.
That's only a guess. It's only a guess.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what it's like. Yeah. So your blog on Sunday, you may have seen it by then. So
I'd have seen it by then. I'm pretty sure.
So yeah. So look out for that.
I've got take it like this. I've got Netflix. I can watch it now.
Oh yeah. Just sorry. Before I go on further, I've just reminded. Tomorrow night you've got something on, haven't you, on your channel?
Yeah, me and Denny are doing one of our famous discussions. It's episode 4, really. We've done 4. We've done 4 of these discussion type videos, but we did 3 Doctor Who special ones before that didn't have the banner Delboy and Denny discussed. You see what I mean? We just did a live broadcast straight after the Doctor Who specials just to say what we thought of it. Which, by the way, spoiler alert, they were all shit. But anyway, right? You don't have to go and watch them now. So we thought long and hard after the last one because we did the last one was the Charlton Heston dystopian trilogy. Which you were involved with, Ian.
Yeah,
that's right. You came on. And I said I wanted it more to be about Denny than this time than me. I wanted him to have the say, really. I only trimmed it down to what he wanted it to be because I thought you could make 2 parts of this. So just to end it all, we're doing a Watch with Mother children's TV discussion tomorrow. And what we mean by that, it's not Watch with Mother as in, oh God, it's the fuddy-duddy Bill and Ben in black and white 50s stuff. No, we're talking about children's TV, 60s, 70s, 80s that used to be shown for primary school generally. So we're talking about the stuff that would be on at lunchtime, not the stuff you'd watch when you got home after school from secondary school. So we're not talking about Blue Peter. We're not talking about Magpie. We're not talking about How. We're not talking about Screen Test. We're not talking about Runaround, all of that. We're talking Bagpuss, Mr. Ben, Play Away, Play School, the Mr. Men, anything that you can think of that you remember back, Finger Bobs, the Clangers, right? Pigeon Street, Button Moon, go mad, right? We're going to be discussing that. And then part 2 will be what we watched after school. You know what I mean? Getting over, watching the Tomorrow People, the Children of the Stones, all of that stuff. The stuff that you could even watch as an adult, and not feel bad about. But how can you have a negative about Bagpuss? I'm sorry, it's got to raise a smile tomorrow. And I tell you what, it's got to be an alternative to see whether we've got a new prime minister or not. Who gives a shit about that?
So, what time is it on? What time should we tune in?
7:30.
7:30. Be there or be square.
Be square. There you go.
I did say that. Yeah. Right.
So I'm hoping it's going to bring a lot of nostalgic joy, because every time I think about when I was at school, I do remember at lunchtime, Mr. Ben um, and the Mr. Men and Bod. Here comes Bod. I can hear the tunes now in my head. And they bring a definite smile when I think about them, even though they were the probably even back then questionable quality in regards to believability on it. You know, I mean, a bloke with a grey glove on, with a cone of paper around his finger, is supposed to be a mouse going over the top of a cardboard cutout of a cat. You know, is questionable at best. But I tell you what, it's still in my mind now, and I can see that winking bloody ginger cat as that hand is going over the back of this ginger cat now. And that's 45 to 50 years on. So it must be at a time where your brain is just going, yeah, it's entrailed in my brain. It's never going to go away. It's there. See it sharp as a bell now. Come along, please have fun.
Right. So there we are, 7:30 tomorrow.
7:30.
Right. Let's get to the next one. Stephen Taylor. Are you doing much out in the garden this summer, Delboy? Or are you taking nice and easy until you've had your op? Yeah, it's a good question.
I feel bad, actually. I did a video saying, look, my garden's a mess, right? I let it go. I should have started it a little bit earlier, but we spent an awful lot of money on buying some begonias and that, my mother and I. I put the pots out, and it was supposed to give me an incentive to do some stuff around the garden, pull up the weeds, all of that. I have done some work in the garden. I have pulled some weeds out, but I tell you what, it's hard work. Ever since I've had the procedure, and even before then, I get out of breath quite easy. Getting up and down's not the easiest thing either when you've got sciatica anyway. And we've got this horrible brambleweed. It's like sticky stuff that basically you can almost lift out the ground by just pulling at it, but it's grown over absolutely everything. Do you see what I mean? And I'm pulling it out and putting it into buckets and all this sort of stuff. But all it does is clear the way to show you just how much more money I've got to buy on plants to fill in the gaps, because nothing grew. Because A, we had a bad frost, and B, those plants were choked to death by the weeds. So, yes, I think I might do a garden update next week. That's because I'm doing a live thing tomorrow, and then there's the blog on Sunday. There'll be a capsule review next week.
Sorry, so I'll just have to go to the toilet. Sorry.
That's all right. So just to let everybody know, I'll do it. I'll do a garden one, I think, next week. It'll be a quick 10-minute thing. I want you to see the roses that have been growing on that rose bush that's to the right of me. My mum loves that. Of course, the potted plants will now be past their best, and the rest of the garden will look a bit barren because I pulled the weeds out. So maybe then it'll kick my ass in gear to go to the garden centre and start buying some new plants, and I'll put them in. If anybody remembers the stuff that I did last year, I actually planted bulbs for them to grow. It's too late now for that. I should have planted those 2 months ago. So I'll have to buy existing plants and put them in. And that's that, really. Where's that little sod gone? Is it dinner time, was it? Did he say he's going to the toilet, or did he say his son's bloody curry's turned up? Anyhow, leaves me by myself, look, to talk. Don't know what to talk about. Let me think. Yeah. Maybe you can think about a subject or a topic Ian might want and I want you'd like us to discuss next week. Leave a comment or something after the broadcast is done to say, "Oh, I'd love to hear your opinions on is cinema going to die a death in 5 years?" Or I'd like to know your opinion on is Netflix now the new modern age, cinema for us all? Do you think adverts are going to be in the middle of cinema films or anything? You know what I mean? Anything that comes into your brain. I really do love the more obscure ones. I will say that. And just to let you know, thank you anybody that subscribed to me. Thank you for that, because I'm trying to get to grow as much as best as I can. Oh, he's back. Look, have you got the curry for your son yet? I haven't heard
he's had his dinner.
He's learned to have it before 8 o'clock now, has he? Little sod.
Oh, dear.
So I've answered the question about the garden. I'm going to try and do something next week.
Right,
Stephen. Thank you very much for the question. I'll even mention you when I'm doing it. I think I'll definitely do something like that.
Okay, I'll go on to the next one. Tony York. Hello, Tony. Evening, Ian and Del. Hope you're both okay. Thanks for saving me the cost of buying Oppenheimer, Ian. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes.
Hang on. Hold your horses. That means Ian's opinion means more than Delboy's in regards to Oppenheimer, right? Because he was going bag of shit. Well, not bag of shit, but your disappointment. And I was going, it's a cinema experience, right? So what you're saying is, stuff old Delboy, I'll go with Ian. It's his channel anyway. So I think on that one, you ought to go, do you know what? Watch it on Sky. That'll cost you no money whatsoever.
He's trying to save. He's a Yorkshireman. He's trying to save some brass, lad. There you are.
Yeah, but we don't break the law in the rest of England. It's only Leeds that you break the law. It's like let's break into the cinema house and not pay any money is not something that a lot of people do, other than in Leeds.
Buy it, lad. Nah, right. Next question. Hello, James. Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hello, lads. I've just watched Beverly Hills. Was pretty. There we are. Beverly Hills Cops. He's watched it. It was pretty decent, to be fair. Well, there we are. I presume that is that the new one? Is it?
Yeah, he's talking about the new one.
Be. Yeah. And he says, love the background, Del. You see, there we are. Look at him.
It's a homage to 1970. I was 7 years old when I bought that comic.
Yes.
7 years old.
Yeah. And then we've got Tony saying, evening, Jim Jam. And then Jim Jam Movies on TV. Amazon was selling Buster on Blu-ray at $5.99. There you are. Del Boys can rush out and
Willie Buggery.
It's cheap at half price, isn't it? Yeah.
Do you know what? That must have been like the biggest selling VHS tape on that year when that film came out.
I remember, it probably was.
I remember it was covered absolutely everywhere when it was at the cinema. And then when the videotape came out, W.H. Smith had flipping it must have covered the bleeding walls with it, right? 2 months later, it was reduced to about $7.99, and about 2 months after that, you were getting them as Christmas presents that cost about 99 pence for the petrol station with every gallon of petrol or something. It was like, geez.
Oh dear, they couldn't give it away, could they?
Give it away at the end of that year.
And Jim Jones says, evening, Tony.
Not enough Jim Jam, not enough content. I haven't seen anything since your
Yeah.
concert, matey. What's going
Jim
on?
Jam, is that the Buster about the train robber, Buster Edwards? It's Phil Collins, isn't it, in his acting role? Final days at work. Oh yes, tomorrow. Signed final paperwork. So, oh yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Here, do a quick reminder. Do a quick reminder that Denny said that they're looking for drivers, and that he's quite happy for him to contact Denny.
Yeah.
Which will be on my channel tomorrow, and he can talk to you about they're crying out for drivers.
Yeah. If you tune in at 7:30 tomorrow, Delboy's doing this live on Watch with Mother, but Denny's there, and if you contact Denny, he might be able to help you.
Yeah, well, I might be able to chuck. You see, I might be able to chuck him a link to come in after the stream, and then he can have a chat with him.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, thank you, anyhow, for Delboy for doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we are. Yes, Tony, Phil Collins. Yeah. I'll be watching tomorrow, Del. There you are.
There you go.
Yeah. Danny says Jim Jam moves on TV. Hi, mate. And then Jim Jam moves to. Did you know Button Moon is getting a complete DVD box set of all 7 series?
Denny reminded me literally 2 days ago that was the case. And I went, you sado.
You know what question I'm going to ask? How much is that then going to be?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they're not cheap. They're not cheap, those.
No, but they're not. No.
He bought the Blu-rays of Bagpuss, and everybody took the piss out of him, right?
Well, I'm not surprised, to be honest.
especially at that price that he bought them at as well. And I turned around and said, well, I wouldn't be upset about it. I said, because to be quite honest, it's what you love and what you enjoy.
Exactly.
This is your childhood that you're remembering.
Yeah.
From my point of view, if they've lovingly upscaled them to Blu-ray, then wow, they must look absolutely stunning now. It almost encourages me to actually go out and buy it myself. It's just that I've got so much stuff I'm buying at the moment that I just couldn't afford to get into that. But I think we're going to have fun tomorrow talking about that. But I didn't know that all 7.
When you've got something you love from childhood, the price doesn't always come into it, does it?
Wurzel Gummidge, the complete.
Well, that might come into it. I don't think I could afford that Blu-ray.
The complete Australian and the complete UK Wurzel Gummidge box set was 105 quid. It did come with a soundtrack.
Yeah.
But even if you bought just the UK ones, it was 55 quid. And then if you just bought the Australian ones, it was 50 quid. It still worked out 105 quid, whichever way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. The only one that I've bought because of childhood memories is Land of the Giants.
Yeah.
And Time Tunnel, which isn't as good. I was very disappointed.
That's all Irwin Allen.
Time Tunnel.
That's all Irwin Allen.
Sorry?
I said that's all Irwin Allen.
Yeah.
You haven't mentioned anything other than Irwin Allen.
I was thinking about Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
That's Irwin Allen, for God's sake. So's Time Tunnel.
I know. Great series, but I haven't bought. I don't know. I presume Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea has got a complete.
How many of those ones that you just mentioned there? How many went into a season 2?
That's a good question. Land of Giants. Yes. It's sad. It's
right, there you go. Doesn't that tell you something about it?
But no, Land of Giants was probably more popular in this country than in America.
Yeah,
that often happened. Often happened. I loved Land of Giants. I couldn't get enough of it. Anyway, let's get on. Otherwise, we'll be here till
Yeah, but I
speak
just
very
want to
well.
end like, because
Yeah.
everybody's probably thinking now, I hate Irwin Allen stuff, right? I watched all of those. I've got them all on DVD as well.
So there
And
you are.
it encouraged me to go out and buy all the Irwin Allen disaster films, The Towering Inferno.
Yeah. Oh, Towering
Right,
Inferno. Great
everything.
film.
So before anybody goes, what's so bad about the time tunnel then, Delboy? I actually like the time tunnel. I'm just taking the piss out of it. You know what I mean?
Right. And Jim John Moose says, hi, Danny. Jim John Moose on TV. Doombolt Chase.
Don't know what that's in.
No, I'm not sure what that means. It must be something. Who would have thought Bagpuss would get a Blu-ray release? I do own Trump. Oh, well, Trumpton. It's another one. Denny, I bet likes Trumpton.
Oh yeah, there's Camberwick Green.
Yeah, that's right.
There was wasn't the Chigley? Oh,
Candlewick Green, I remember. Yeah.
yeah. Brian Camp did an awful lot, really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's dead now, isn't he, Brian Camp?
Yeah, he is. Was it Play School, wasn't it, as well?
He started off on Play School, but Play Away was the thing that I think most people remember him by. I mean, he even wasn't it? The bloke who was in My Left Foot.
Oh, really? Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah, wasn't he on Play Away? He was the one who sang the song. It really doesn't matter if it's raining.
Well, that's interesting. Really?
I think he got the guitar out and sang that, and I think it was him that was on. That's where he started off as a children's
fascinating
broadcaster.
I didn't know that. Oh. Wow. Yeah.
Denny will know tomorrow. Denny will know tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, that. And Tony says, "I have that Blu-ray, Jim Jam. Enjoy it. Have you seen Robbery, 1967? It's a better film." A fictionalized account of the Great Train Robbery. Yeah, you sent it to me, didn't you, Tony? It is a great film. It's got Stanley Baker in it. I really enjoyed it. Yeah,
well, I think what was critical about Buster at the time was the Great Train Robbery was a violent crime, an incredibly violent crime.
Yeah,
I mean, and Buster sort of like seemed to put it out that they almost attacked them with like custard.
It glossed it over.
Rubber truncheons.
Yeah.
These people did horrible things to the people that were on that train. Yeah. And that does not come across in Buster. It's almost like we didn't do anything more scary than chuck spiders into the carriage or something of the train. Yeah. And then we ran off and went off to Spain for a couple of years. Actually, no, you beat the shit out of people.
They were violent, very violent. Yeah,
you were not nice people.
And of course, he died. That's the thing, isn't he? The train driver died, didn't he? Yeah.
Where's that in Buster?
Yeah. Right. And we've got here. I have most of the classics. We'll send a picture later of all my collection of classic kids TV. All right.
Do you know what? He's almost talking me into having him on as a guest tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep going, Jim Jam.
Yeah. There you are. Email you message him and have a word with him.
He'll be watching it. He knows full well if Denny agrees. You've got to remember it's a collaboration with Denny. I don't know.
And Jim says, "Bayek, evening, chaps."
Hey, Bayek.
Bayek, well, welcome here. If you're still here by now. Not seen Robbery. Sounds interesting. Yeah,
I saw your I watched your review of it. So
yeah, it is good. I like Stanley Baker quite a lot. I think he's very good actor.
Somebody said in my blog, "Have I seen the film Hell Drivers?" Do you remember?
That's right. Yes, that's Stanley Baker. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's a right bastard in that.
Yeah, but he's good at playing that.
Along with Patrick McGowan.
Oh, yeah, another great actor as well. Tony O says, I hope to be watching tomorrow, Del. There you are.
Thank you so much, Tony York. You've redeemed yourself.
Today and tomorrow is much needed, guys, as I've been feeling really crap. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope I hope that we can help a bit.
Let's turn that frown upside down for a couple of hours at least.
Yeah. Just made me a copy minus the biscuits. Oh, yeah.
Where's my bloody coffee, you git? All I got is this miserable face to look at for the next how many hours? Must be another 2.5 hours minimum. Yeah, I'll staring.
Weeds are a nightmare.
The tightest man up north. I have to watch. I hope it's raining.
Look. There you are. He's there on his gardening again. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the first time that I watched Ian's channel, and after I met him, he reminded me of a Monty Python clip. Right, no word of a lie. It's a Monty Python clip that's well known, right? Where you've got these people sitting around saying, "You think you had it tough? Yeah. I had a cardboard box outside with no room. We had to sit in it with a tin of Spam. Get up at 2 o'clock, 3 hours before we were supposed to get up, go to work, do 12 hours." That is you in a nutshell, Ian. You think you had it tough? You had it easy. You had it easy. I'll tell you how hard it was. This is how hard it was. It's
the 4 Yorkshiremen sketch as well. I know that. Hey, Mike, we lived in a paper bag. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
I was out working before I was born.
But we were happy. We were happy.
But we were happy. Yeah. Good God. Everybody's got to see that sketch. I tell you what, it's a classic.
Yeah, it is. This is wonderful.
Absolute classic sketch. That is. That makes me smile. That makes me smile every time I watch that.
Right. Tony says Robert is on network, Jim Jam. Best of luck finding a new job. Yeah, we all agree with that. Thanks, Tony. Looking into that robbery film. Yeah. Tony says, I was referring to Ian's review I watched earlier, Del. Don't have Sky up here.
No,
hey, lad.
Yeah, we've got Sky up here. I just look up there and I go, look, there's the sky.
Yeah.
I don't know what you look up. You look at the ceiling there.
Bye.
Only joking, Tony. We've all got the sky somewhere.
And the sky we do is always overcast. It's always raining the same. It's always dark. And that's what you said about what's it about when I made that comment about in The Crow that it was always dark.
Oh yeah, could have been filmed in Leeds. Could have been filmed in Leeds. That film, I tell you. Don't bother going to America and having build all these sets. We'll just do it at the back of Hartlepool.
Yeah, we could have it up north, as you say. Up north. Bye. And I also watched Five Nights at Freddy's on Sky this morning. I've never seen that. It's not really.
I was sad and bought that on the Steelbook.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I shouldn't judge it. I've never seen it, but it's not one that.
It's based on a computer game.
I know that's why probably another reason. But what is what are people? What the gamers think of this film? Then, not a high opinion.
I really don't know. It got mixed reviews. There were some people that I was talking to that said it ain't that bad, but there was so many other people that I was said, "Oh, it's bloody awful."
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
I bought it because it was a steel book. No, I've never played the game. There is. I do know the musician that did the music, and he's done it. There is really, really, really one catchy track, really a catchy track. Can't remember what it's called now though. And that's fantastic. I mean, it's one of the best. If you heard this track, right, you'd be humming it all for the next 48 hours. You only have to hear it once. It's like an earworm. And it was all over YouTube. It turned into a phenomenon. This one track came out. People listened to it, liked it. Then all of a sudden, there was people during COVID that were doing all these different people having different instruments and joining them all together to make one orchestra. You know, and they were doing cover versions of it. It was all over everywhere. It's one of these phenomenons, and I don't know enough about the film to say whether it's shit or not. It's still in the cellophane. I still haven't got round to watching it yet.
I know there has been, I think, quite a lot of negative reviews. I get the impression of.
I've got a funny feeling. I will look at it. I will probably turn around and be the most optimistic. I will probably say is it's a popcorn movie.
Yeah,
Switch your brain off. You might get some.
It didn't appeal to me what I saw. I saw some bits of it, and I just didn't. It didn't appeal to me at all.
Whenever I use that comment, it's a popcorn film, and so I really think
it can be a positive thing.
I know, yeah, but I really think sometimes I'm sort of like walking that line and saying it's my way of saying whatever.
Yeah.
And that's and I hate that word, whatever. If you're
I do actually.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're having an argument with someone, you go,
you don't say that. It's like trying to.
All the other person's got to do is say whatever.
It's like it's like ending it.
That's the end of it.
Yeah, that's it. It's a way of ending it.
I've got nowhere to go now with this rant.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, to me, popcorn movie can sound fun. So it's and things we forget sometimes that having fun is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, and everything doesn't have to be serious all the time. You could just sit and watch something, and you may even know that it's not that good.
We know
if you're enjoying it. Yeah. That's great.
We know Hollywood. We know Hollywood is greedy.
Yeah.
Right? And from that point of view, Five Nights at Freddy is going to be a 15 certificate max.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't have it as a 18 or whatever it is, because you won't have enough bums on seats watching it. It's based on a computer game, which means it's aimed at teens anyway.
Yeah.
And from that point of view, it means that you can't go too far with the horror.
Yeah, you're not going to.
So horror people are going to be alienated because it's like, well, this is a PG version of a
that.
Film.
Yeah.
And the people that are teens are saying, I was more scared in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
So you can't please anyone on it. So I just say to myself, watch it as a piece of entertainment.
Yeah.
And then you might get some enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
Somebody put a lot of money into that, and somebody sat in front of a camera for about 3 months or whatever it is, filming that.
Yeah.
And somebody sat aboard like writing the script and all of that.
How did it do at box office? Did it do all right?
I don't know. I think it made its money.
Well, I won't be surprised. There might be a follow-up. I'm sure I did hear something about it.
Yeah, I heard that.
If it's made money, then there'll be a follow-up, won't there?
I'm more interested in Terrifier than I am that anyway.
Terrifier. Do you know, I've got a confession to make. I've never seen Terrifier films.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, it was Nigel that told me about Terrifier. So
I think it's because I know he's not a clown, but I'm not really a clown fan. and maybe that is why I've not sort of rushed.
You didn't like Stephen King's It then, and the follow up.
Well, I liked the first one because Tim Curry was so good. The second one, I've got my reservations about the second. I think it's the adults in that, and the clown. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people do like say that one is an iconic picture of the clown. I see it a lot, but I'm not. Maybe rather I'm just a bit clowns. It's like when I was a kid. I don't know if you went to circuses and that. My mum and dad
a couple of times,
and I never was a fan of the clowns. I really wasn't. I really didn't like them. Then.
I found circuses, to be quite honest, a bit boring.
Yes,
I think it's because we had a traveling circus that came to our town, and they seemed like, well, this isn't really terrifying because it's small. And then every Christmas on a Boxing Day, they'd have flipping traveling circus thing on TV. Right in the 80s, on Boxing Day there would be a circus thing that was broadcast.
Yeah,
which bored me senseless.
Yeah, exactly. You are spot on. It's just boring.
Therefore, I've never really known an excitement of going to a circus.
Yeah, you know something. I was terrible as a child. I was so bored. I was thinking, I hope the bloody well fall down on those trapeze artists. I hope the lion has a good, is hungry and has a good. No, seriously, I was thinking that as a kid. I was so bored. I thought this is boring.
I reckon you were aged 40 as a kid anyway.
I couldn't. I really. My mum and dad thought it was wonderful. I could never understand why
they were enjoying it for you because you're a miserable sod.
I sound right. So
because you're a misery ass. Come on, our son. Let's come to the circus. You're there going, don't want to be here. Just thought I'd let you know.
I'd rather go to cinema. I used to say,
I'm here under duress. I don't want to be here.
It's true. Because I'd say to her, why can't we go to cinema? I'd rather go and see a film. Oh, no.
I'm going to have a face on all week because you dragged me here. That's all I'm saying about it.
And it was awful because when we went to Blackpool on holiday, right, if we went to Blackpool, we had to go to Blooming Tower Circus, and that. Oh boy, that was night torture.
Don't make me smile anymore. Knowing your misery is making me smile.
Yeah. Yes. But I remember on those Blackpool holidays seeing some live shows, including I remember seeing Sidney James. They did some live performances at Dad's Army as well. Dad's Army went on to like doing shows as well.
Didn't they actually convert some of the TV episodes to stage productions? Didn't they? Dad's Army.
No, this was a thing. Like
Doctor Who went into a theatre production, didn't you? You know that had John Pertwee.
That did, yeah.
I think
John Pertwee.
I think Colin Baker took over.
Yeah, Colin Baker.
I saw that at the Wimbledon Theatre. You know.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah. Right. I'm pretty sure Dad's Army was a theatre production. You know, pretty sure of it.
I mean,
and I've heard good things about Fawlty Towers. Apparently, it's doing well.
Yes, yeah, I saw a clip of it and I thought it looked interesting. I thought, look, it wasn't bad. I thought it looked quite good.
It's doing really well, apparently. So
yeah. I was thinking back, when we went on this sort of Blackpool holiday, they always had like comedy people as well who would do a whole season. And I remember we saw people like Les Dawson. Did like all this
fresh off the New Faces.
And Ronnie Corbett. He wasn't with Ronnie Barker, it'd be Ronnie Corbett on his own.
Yeah, probably sitting on that chair. Amazing. Probably sitting on that chair doing all his monologues.
Great. Even as a kid, I found him. I don't know. Just Ronnie Corbett was great. Very. He's just very funny, wasn't he? But But yeah, there were all these people. I think apart from that, my mum and dad realised that Ken Dodd, I couldn't see him. I made a fuss. I said, "Oh, I can't go and see him. I'm frightened of him." So they didn't. At least they didn't take me to put up with him. But these people used to make a lot of money, I think, going to these. They do a season at these seaside resorts and that.
Oh, did you know that the guy that invented autocorrect on our phones died last week?
Oh,
apparently the funeral's tomato.
Oh God! Anyhow, with that wonderful joke,
I'm here next week. I'm here next week, honest.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Yeah. What can I say? What can I say? Tony says, "What don't you like about Buster Dell? What's your opinion on it, Ian?"
I think we talked about it. Because Phil Collins doesn't go around with a bloody great big pipe, a metal pipe bashing people over the head for a start. Smashing people's brains out. What he does is he sort of talks and sings them to death and then flies off to Spain. That's what's wrong.
I think Delboy says it all. Really, what can I say? I can't follow that. I really can't follow that. It's a great review. You have to do a review on your channel, an in-depth review of Buster.
Yeah. Yes. To be quite honest, I haven't done a actual review yet, which has been a thumbs down. I think Buster might be the first one.
Get that steel book open.
I have to say, I wasn't a fan of Buster. I've seen worse, right? I remember going to the cinema and watching The Boys in Blue with Cannon and Ball. I went to the cinema, right? It had Suzanne Dando in it. It had Roy Kinnear in it. Yeah. It was based on a Will Hay film, wasn't it? Where the pirates, it was about smuggling going on at the Pirates Cove and all of that sort of stuff. Can't remember what the film was called.
Yeah.
Ask a Policeman, I think it was called. Something like that. And you know what? The only good thing that happened in that was Cannon and Ball sung the end credits. We are the boys in blue. That was it. Yeah. That was all I could say about that whole film. Oh, and the fact that I really had a soft spot for Suzanne Dando. Gorgeous she was.
I've got to admit,
with my adolescent eyes, I was going, yeah.
She'd be the only thing worth it. Cannonball, I always thought they were a lower division act. They were down with Bernie Winters and they were always a bit lower down. I didn't find them that, going rock on Tommy every 5 seconds was about their limit. But that's just my personal opinion. But they weren't the top.
They have got my second favorite end tune to end on over Morecambe and Wise. So Morecambe and Wise is first with Bring Me Sunshine.
Yeah.
But Cannon and Balls, Together We'll Be Okay. Brilliant. Okay. I looked forward, to be quite honest, because I was so into my music.
Yeah.
Right. I was so looking forward to hear what the orchestra's new rendition of the end tune was than I was about the whole of the show, because I didn't give a shit about the show. I saw Cannon and Ball when it was the Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club.
Hey,
they were two welders, weren't they? He came on. He didn't have a suit, did he? And he had to have a suit that was actually at the theatre itself. Yeah. And that's why he had the braces on, because they kept falling down. Yeah. He had a sash, if I remember right. He had a sash like a tuxedo type thing around his midriff, because the trousers were nearly falling off. And I just remember the Wheel Tappers, committee
back. It was. I remember it well. Incidentally, were they Cannonball, did they come up through these talent shows? Or
Yeah, it was another one
was
of
it
those
Opportunity Knocks and all that?
Well, you see, this is the thing. Opportunity Knocks, I think, turned into New Faces, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a nightmare. I just remember having to watch Opportunity Knocks.
I mean,
when I was a
Opportunity
kid.
Knocks.
It was
Opportunity Knocks.
awful.
It's definitely Opportunity Knocks was definitely Lena Zavaroni and all of
Yeah,
that sort of
New
stuff.
Faces was more of a bit of a step up.
New Faces, I'm pretty sure, was where Les Dawson came from.
Yeah, it was definitely a step up from Opportunity Knocks. Oh dear.
And wasn't it Marty Kane or
Marty
something
Kane
that took over it
Yeah.
in its later
Yeah.
part of its life?
Yeah.
And I don't remember anybody that Marty Kane won the show that season.
No.
I don't remember any of them actually doing anything, actually having a career afterwards.
No.
It was the early ones that actually got any career out.
Popular series, as I remember. I suppose they were like the equivalent of like when the X Factor was a big series that was popular, and then it just had its day, and they had its day, didn't they? These things they run in cycles. Everything has its day, and that did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Can you think of any? This is Stephen Taylor. Can you think of any classic films that had terrible sequels? Jaws, The Exorcist, and Psycho were three I could think of. I think everybody, and I mean everybody, will say about The Exorcist too.
That's bloody awful.
But everybody remembers as
I would discount Psycho. I think Psycho 2 is great.
No, I would. I think Psycho 2. Yeah, I agree totally. Apart from obviously that's horrible one where they just did shot by shot of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. But no, that's a reimagination.
Yeah,
of the first film.
Forgotten the bloke's name. Who did that? It was absolutely awful.
No, Psycho 2 is where he comes out.
Yeah,
of the
Psycho
asylum
2 was very good.
He comes out of the asylum and basically
the
whole town don't want him there.
Yeah.
Basically.
I went to cinema to see Psycho 2. I was really looking forward to it. It was great. Yeah. So what other
classic films that had terrible sequels?
Hang
on. One will come. Oh Christ!
I don't think Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is as good, but it's not terrible. I don't think that's very good. Number 3 is much better. Of Nightmare on Elm Street. Mind you, I'm not a massive fan of Nightmare. I like the first Nightmare on Elm Street, but generally I'm not as big fan of all that series of films.
See, I can think of films that have got a series of 3 or 4 where the third one starts to really great and the fourth is bloody awful, like House. House 2 was a totally different type of film, House 2, because it was more on the comedy. It was about it, and it wasn't really that bad. So I'm still thinking at the moment. So I've got to that point at the moment.
All classic ones, all that have had sequels, have all been quite good, haven't they? Like I said, Jaws.
When we say bad, we're thinking of real stinkers.
Yeah,
bloody hell! How could you mar the first?
How could you do that with Exorcist? That's why Exorcist 2. How could you just do that?
Yeah, that was atrocious, wasn't it? And I think everybody knows that. Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's
So I'm trying to think. I must admit, it's a bit tricky for me to think of on the spot. That because I'm thinking horrors all the time at the moment, and I shouldn't.
So
be.
I
shouldn't be about anything,
Yeah. I mean, I know what people say, but I'm not a fan of it, as you know. Is Grease a lot of people don't like that second one.
Oh, okay. I'm going to give it.
But I don't know that because I can't say.
I'm going to give a film that really it shouldn't be there, and it's not that bad. It really isn't that bad. But if we really want to know a film that was absolutely 100% top notch, and then they went and ruined it really with a sequel, which actually isn't that bad,
Yeah.
I'd say Gremlins 2.
Oh. It's
Now,
not bad, is it?
So all I'm saying is Gremlins 2 is not that bad a film, right? It's not that bad a film. But if you put it up against the first one, night and day.
Yeah.
Night and day. We know which one's the better. Another one that springs to mind, Highlander. The second Highlander. They're called The Quickening, if I remember rightly. Awful film, right? It's all about the prize has been won. The prize has been won. Connor McLeod is now aging. The ozone, they had to bring the ozone layer into it, didn't they? They went, the ozone layer's gone. So he invented something that covered the whole of the planet with purple gunge. Right? So the whole film is filmed with pink purple shit. Oh, brilliant. And I remember going to the pictures to see that and thinking, what's this pile of crap? What is this? Awful. But you see, there's so many films that I watched that were one-off. Like, I took the piss out of my friend because he used to turn around and go, Cobra's the best film ever. And I go, you're serious, mate? Seriously, you're telling me that you think Cobra, right, is an Oscar-winning film or something, right? I'm going, what a bag of shit Cobra is.
I think it's interesting because sometimes there's certain like sets of films, series of films that we love. Like I'm thinking Friday the 13th. I mean, I love Friday the 13th. I mean, but I don't think the second one is as good as the first, but it's not awful. And the whole and I think there's odd ones later on that are even better. Not better than the first, but are as good as. Yeah, I could say as good as. I mean, there's a series of films that I like called Wrong Turn. They did about 6 of them, 6, 7 even. And they do, by the end, they're not that good. But I enjoy them in a...
Ian, I've got a corker for you. There is absolutely no way that you're going to turn around to me and say, "This is you're totally wrong about that, Delboy."
Go on, then.
You know, Speed 2.
Oh yeah,
that is bloody awful.
Do you know I've not seen it? Probably because everybody's. Do you know why? Because of that, I thought, well, I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time. I thought
film. Oh my god, who thought putting Speed on a boat?
It doesn't work. That's what everybody said. Said, yeah, I've not. It doesn't make you want. You know, when you hear all that, you think, well, I'm not going to waste my time watching it. But you know. But we'll count that then, because
I think that tops it all because I can't think of many others. I know I know Basic Instinct 2 was bad, but then
people. I haven't seen that, but people again, I wouldn't watch it because I'm thinking, well, everybody said it's so bad. There's no point in wasting my time watching it.
And by that point, she'd done. What was it called? Shiver or Silver? I forgot.
Yeah, which is a good film.
You know, which is sort of like, I call that more of the same.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that covers an awful lot.
Oh, we'll count Speed 2. I like that because you've.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one. And a good escape clause for people who've got.
I mean, The Mask was obviously one. But I think most people know that. Son of the Mask, bloody atrocious that is.
Yeah.
But then again, a lot of people don't like The Mask. I think Speed 2. People love Speed There's only one person I know that is now pointing at the screen going, "You bastards, you know that's my favorite film," and that's Playtendo guy.
Yeah, I know he's mentioned it. Yeah.
But I think he's play acting when he says that.
Yeah,
I
well,
think
he
he
might
hates
not
it.
be. I don't know.
I think he hates it as well.
There's
I
films I
think
like that nobody else, well, not many people like. So I do understand that. Yeah. Because I honestly believe that Catwoman, the film, has got a really bad reputation, and it's not deserved. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, who couldn't enjoy a film where you've got
That's
Halle
got
Berry
Sharon
and
Stone in it,
Sharon
hasn't it?
Stone in
That's
it?
got,
Wow.
that's got
And
Sharon
it's not
Stone
bad.
in it.
It's not like people say it is. They say, "Oh, it's terrible." It's not. But that's just my opinion.
Ian, it's piss
Right.
awful.
It isn't.
It's awful.
It isn't. No, I found it entertaining. Enjoyed it, and I'll say the same with James Bond film, Die Another Day. I love that as well. Oh dear, Halle Berry appears to be in that as well. I wonder if that has some influence.
I wonder if that might be the reason why that you don't think it's really that bad. Actually, look, Catwoman, I saw it the first time at the cinema, and I went and I turned around and I said, "It's a shame I can't ask for my money back." Right? I didn't go. I wasn't offended. It wasn't a film that I was offended by. It's just that, to be quite honest, the only way that they could redeem themselves would have been to have Halle Berry naked in it, right? There might have been something for me to turn around and say there is something good about it, but unfortunately that never happened. So I have to turn around and go, even Sharon Stone's got her clothes on. So no, I don't like this.
I don't agree. I enjoyed it anyhow. There we are. It takes all sorts, as we say. That's me. Right, let's go to the next question. Can you name a film where the sequel is better than the original film?
Empire Strikes Back is an obvious choice.
Is it? Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I think that's. If I had to choose between Empire Strikes Back and the original Star Wars, which a lot of people really elevate Empire Strikes Back, I think there's a lot of reasons behind it. I would still choose the first one first, any day of the week.
Well, the reason I say that is that I remember back in the 80s when they were deliberating these questions, which sequel is better than the original, right? And always they kept bringing up the same ones. It was like Aliens is better than Alien and all this.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Right? When it came to Star Wars and people said The Empire Strikes Back, I used to turn around and say, you know what? You've got a point, because Empire Strikes Back is a darker film. This is where you start going down the route of, oh my God, so Darth Vader is Luke's father and all of this sort of stuff. It's got the most classic of endings. It's like,
that's why if it didn't have that, I still maintain that the film would not have the same weight.
But then again,
what
I'm trying to say is, if you look at Star Wars, some people would turn around and say, if it weren't for the Death Star battle, you'd have nothing there either.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, all I'm saying to you is these are conversations that I've heard, and I get you. And I've actually turned around and gone, you know, you've got a point, because Star Wars is a bit of a boring story, to be quite honest. There's this lad, and there's back and forth, and there's a funny bloke, with a lightsaber, and basically a planet's blown up and all of this. And then all of a sudden, last 20 minutes, my God, you got ships going everywhere. You're going down a trench. The whole thing blows up and you're going, wow, why wasn't that at the beginning? Right? Why wasn't it? So I do recognize the fact that really Empire Strikes Back is exactly the same thing. Only you've got a big battle at the beginning and then you've got a really dark end. Right? Star Wars has got this, oh dear, I'm really just a science fiction film, and a big massive battle at the end that makes you go, whoa. You see what I mean?
Interesting take on it.
So I get it, because I mean, I saw one comedian say about Lord of the Rings. He said, "I'll tell you what, this is Lord of the Rings, right? Plod along, got a ring. Second one, plod along, got a ring. Third one, plod along, got a ring. Chucked it into the flame. The end, right?
Yeah.
It took 6 hours to tell that film. 6
Yeah.
hours. I've just done it in 15 seconds." Right? And I had to turn around and go, "You know what? You're quite right." Right? But if you want to know where there is a sequel better than the original, the obvious one with my background is Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2, I believe, is a better film than Spider-Man, the first film with the Green Goblin. Just purely on the basis that I think it's got more character than the first film. So I will say Spider-Man 2 is an obvious better film than the first, but it's only just. I still love the first film.
I'm not gonna. I could fall into this trap, but a lot of people. It's not a trap, really. It's Godfather 2. They'll say is better than the first one, but I still think Godfather.
What, you mean that one where my ass was turning around and saying, "When does this film end?" Is that the one you're talking about?
The Godfather, the first one, is so. Yeah, I just like that one. I can see why people say Godfather 2. Definitely.
Well, is a few dollars more better than a fistful of dollars?
Yeah, it's difficult to sometimes, put.
Is Superman 2 better than Superman 1?
Yeah, exactly.
The difficulty I have with a sequel is that generally the tone changes, which means it gets a bad rep, because if people like comedy and the second one gets darker, then they'll think that the first one is still better. But if somebody likes dark humor, then they'll think the second one's better than the first.
Yeah.
And this is where you fall into traps. Like with Alien, it's like I like the idea that there is just one alien and it's everything against them, and that this creature is going around one at one. And other people turn around and say, "Yeah, but I like all out war and all the shots.
That's right. Yeah,
6 million aliens coming at you and all this." And I'm going, you're both right. And that's the beauty of a director that says that's the only way I can go to make this film different from the first one.
Yeah.
Right. Where do you go? And then when you got Alien 3, or I mean, the third one, where do you go? You've got lots of aliens. You've had a singular alien. Now you've got Alien. And what would you do if you've got no weapons? Is really all you got, haven't you? I mean, where do you go?
I think another interesting thing is it depends as well of the age of when you saw a particular film, how it's reflected. Because I know that the Blade Runner sequel, I've forgotten what numbers are on the end of it, is a very good film. And a lot of people perhaps younger people who've not seen the original Blade Runner will rate this higher than the original Blade Runner, but for various reasons.
Yeah.
And for me, it's context of when I saw Blade Runner, the impact it made on me was very big. It was a big film. But I can understand somebody else who's not seen it in that context may well think, well, actually, this new film is a far better. Because I've heard people say, I'm sure you've heard it as well. Well, Blade Runner is a bit boring in places. If it didn't have that last scene on the, on the roof, it wouldn't be the same film. I've heard all that, but it still doesn't wash with me. But I can see why maybe they might think that, but that doesn't wash with me. But
you see, Blade Runner is full of what I call pathos.
Yeah.
So you've got memorable lines that people will recite back to you 20 years later.
Yeah.
I know one line from it. It's A light that shines twice as bright shines half as long, and you have shone so very, very brightly.
Yeah.
Is a line from Blade Runner. And people will go, well, why do you remember that line? I said, well, if you dissect it, it's actually really quite good. It means that you're a bit like Marilyn Monroe. She was shone at her brightest and then died.
Yeah.
Now you've lost
Mm.
everything that, you know, of how brilliant she could have
Yeah.
been. And it's just, it's a line full of pathos,
Yeah.
you know? Revenge is a dish that's best served cold, and it's very
All
cold.
that, yeah.
You know, these are all lines which are Shakespearean, just turned around into modern.
Yeah, I think it depends as well. If you really love the film, you will remember these lines. Like one of my favorite lines is, "Isn't it a good day to die?" That's the first line of the film, and that's Flatliners. It's because I love that film so much, and you just remember films like that.
Well, I'm pretty sure Nige said that was a boring film. I don't.
He did. I thought,
I'm moving away from the fact that that word hate. I'm sorry to use that word. I think he disliked that film because I think he said it was boring. It was one of those Brat Pack films that came out that really went
great cast.
I remember getting that on Laserdisc because when I saw the VHS, there's no word of a lie. I got the VHS out and everybody's head was oval. And it's because it was a super wide film. It was like 70 millimeters, right? And pan and scan was one of those things where you didn't want the border, so they put a camera on top, and you showed people's faces, and you had to do 2 shots. And they put the camera so close that circles turned into ovals. And their faces were all stretched. And I went, it ruined the film for me because there's a lot of scenes in it where they're just about to go into death, aren't they? I mean, they're dying.
That's right, yeah.
And they do this sort of like sequence of them while they're dead, and everybody's trying to bring them back to life, right? And I remember it was a film that, why is the color blue coming to mind every time I think of the word Flatliners? And it's because the film really was, the film was virtually all in blue. If I remember rightly. They were in a basement, and it was all blue. The whole set was floodlit blue. Don't you remember Flatliners? Don't you think if you were to ask what film comes to mind when you talk about Flatliners, blue's the color you think of.
I don't know.
I don't think grey comes up. I don't think yellow. You're not thinking red.
No, I think maybe you're right. Yeah.
Blue comes to mind.
I mean, I've seen it a lot. It's a film I love over years. I
bought that on Laserdisc because I wanted the widescreen version, and it was getting the widescreen version at the time.
Yeah,
I like the film.
Yeah, I've had it on VHS, DVD,
there was a Blu-ray,
and now 4K.
There was a number of films that I bought on Laserdisc purposely because in this country we couldn't get a widescreen version of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So answering this question, can you name a film where the sequel is better than the original film?
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I've not answered it yet because I'm sorry, I can't really think of one. I really can't.
Well, is Back to the Future 2 better than 1?
Yeah, you see,
that's a darker tone film again.
Yeah. And I keep looking at if there's a series of films, that's a trilogy. So I'm trying to think.
Would you say Heath Ledger's portrayal of the Joker in the second Batman film makes it a far superior film than Batman Begins?
Oh, yeah, that's another interesting point.
Because everybody turns around and says, "Oh, Batman 2. The only reason it got such accolades is because Heath Ledger died, and everybody was so remorsed about it. And when they saw it, they thought he was quite good. But if he was still alive, they would never have said what they said.
No, I don't think that he'd have won all the accolades. Still,
I think so as well. I just think it's just that when I keep hearing people argue that toss, I just turn around and say, No, Batman Begins just wasn't very good, and the second one was better.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good point. That's
That's what I think, anyway.
yeah. I need to probably watch it more again. I enjoy that trilogy. I would say the weakest is perhaps the last one.
Well, yeah, but we're not
The
talking
last
about
one is
that. We're
perhaps
talking
the
about the
weakest.
sequel,
Yeah,
and that means is
yeah,
the second one better than the
yeah,
first? As far as
yeah,
I'm concerned, Batman Begins ends with that train, doesn't it,
yeah.
going into Gotham City?
If you notice, then all these films have all been sort of more than one. You know, like with Star Wars, you know, you've got more than two films. I'm trying to think of a film where you've just got two films. That is difficult to think of.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
you see what I mean? And that to me,
All right.
when it's in a series of
A
films,
film that is
the second
worse,
one,
a film that is worse than the original,
you've said Speed too.
which has only got two,
Yeah.
is Airplane 2.
Ah, yeah. But sorry, I'm sorry, I'm confusing everybody here.
But
It's
better.
saying it's better. The
Yeah,
sequel
and a
is
film
better
that
than
is
the
better
original.
that's only got two
Yeah,
films. That's why I just said I'm throwing in Airplane 2 to the other one that we just had.
yeah.
Um, Let me think for a minute.
I just find it difficult to seriously think of one.
No, that's a singular film. No, that's a singular film.
Yeah.
That's a singular film. See, I've got no end of films that I could turn around and say, yeah, this is shit. This is better. This is good. This is good. But they're only singular films or free
Yeah,
films.
yeah. um, I can't. I'm sorry. I don't think I can think of one really. It was you know, just in that terms of
No,
being.
in fact, I've just thought of another one to go into the other category as well.
Oh, the other one.
Because
Yeah.
Jurassic Park 2 was worse than the first one.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I don't think it's as terrible. Yeah, I think you may be right. I wouldn't quite knock it as much as some people do.
Oh, hang on.
But
Here's a film.
better to say better. The sequel is better than the original.
No, I was going to say Halloween.
I've got an yes, I have got one. It's an old Universal one. It's The Bride of Frankenstein.
That's better than
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Yeah.
How did I think of that? I don't know. I just managed to think of that.
No, and I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, yeah, it is. That's the only one I can think of.
You see, the one that I was thinking of just now is not a sequel; it's a remake, and that is Ben-Hur. With Charlton Heston. No, with Charlton Heston is better. Hang on. Is better than the original 1930 Silence one, and it's done by the same director.
Yeah,
but that's not a sequel. That's the same film.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I can think of.
I don't want to go down the route of Blade Runner either again, where the Blade Runner sequel 20.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
Because so many people would turn around and say you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Really.
I felt it was unfair to the sequel. I think it's unfair, but I think with Bride of Frankenstein, it's definite.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a cracking answer.
Do you want to use that as your answer? Then you can do.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
No, I'm telling you now that's pure gold. That is true.
Yeah, it is. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Thanks, Jim Jam, for that.
Thanks, Jim Jam, you bastard.
Unfortunately, I don't drive, Del. That's why.
No. This is train driving, where they give you training courses.
Oh,
it's not driving a car. This is metro. Driving on a the train driver on a metro.
He says, thanks anyway, mate. Really appreciate it.
We can discuss it tomorrow if you want.
Yeah. I think I was born in the wrong decade, as I enjoy a lot of films and TV way before my time. Yeah.
I always thought that you were born in 19. I always thought you were born in 1912, Jim Jam. Just thought I'd let you
know. I have all the Wurzel Gummages on DVD. Kindly sent me a couple of years ago by Jamie Powell. Oh, right,
I bought them all on DVD. Gave them my sister to give to her daughter, my niece. Never saw him again. Never saw him again.
I saw, Jamie Powell's thing. You got to mention, Jim Jam. I remember you on there. Tony says, my favorite Irwin Allen is Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It had 4 seasons. It's on a UK DVD, Ian. I have it. 4 seasons. So it did get 4 seasons. Oh, it's great. It's one of them that you
I only asked that question. How many of Irwin Allen's productions went past more than 1 season? Of course, there's lots. Lost in Space is more than 1 season.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting to note that you kept saying things like Time Tunnel, that was 1. Land of the Giants, that was 1 season.
Yeah.
I thought, because you kept mentioning that, I thought, you know what? Every single one he's mentioned so far didn't get past 1 season. I'm going to ask him a question now and say, how many Irwin Allen ones then had more than 1 season?
I think I could have mentioned all them were very much part of growing up in the 60s. That they were just something where you just watch the whole family. It's great. I picked up complete Land of the Giants for £2. You from charity shop. Bloody hell. £2. Wow, that is a bargain. You know how to pick your bargains up, I'll tell you.
This is the thing, right? He tells me stories after the fact, which means I can't go and find a bloody charity shop now, which has got it for £2. So thanks very much for that happy story where you win and I lose. That's really cheered me up, that has.
And you got prisoner, didn't you, last week? For
£1. How very nice of you to tell me your really good story of the fact that you got something for £1 and I had to support. I forked out £15 for it. Thank you so much. That cheered me up no end. I love good news stories like that, Jim Jam. People come in, I got this for 50 pence, did you? Oh, well, thanks. Cheers.
Richard Brown says Brian can't make sure you get his name right.
You have to
say that as well. Yeah,
you had to back then as well. Yeah.
So many guest stars on Space 1999. You are spot on there. They're just a massive amount.
Every bloody week.
Yeah, everybody who's everybody appears it, including, because Patrick Troughton, I know he was in it, and
he was in the last episode of season 1.
Yeah.
Christopher Lee was one of the biggest ones that I remember.
Yeah. It is. You when you read it, you think, crikey.
I like that story because if I remember rightly, it's a politician bastard moaning all the way through it, saying, "I want to leave Moon Base Alpha. I don't want to be here. It's me that should be going." Christopher Lee goes along and says, "I don't really give a shit who comes along." Right. And then this politician turns around and says, "I'm going to rig it all. I'm going to make it so I go." And then he's asleep. 6 hours later, he wakes up and he's going, "Oh, I'm awake and I'm going to be in this tube for about 75 years. And will you guys please help me? Please help me, Base Alpha." And they're all there going, "Oh, what a shame." I love that episode. I think it's brilliant.
Actually, I once Christopher Lee was very shrewd. He would pick loads of roles and just do them, go in, do them, long as it wasn't too much, and then it was off. He didn't like to do really long things,
No.
where he was in it a lot. He knew exactly what he wanted, and good luck to him.
Did Peter
He
Cushing,
just earned his money. He went in and did it, and off he went.
Did Peter Cushing do a Space 99? I don't think he did he?
No, I don't think he did. No.
Peter Bowles did.
Peter Bowles, yeah, Peter Bowles.
Oh,
wow.
I think now.
There's a lot of names there were.
Oh yeah, Joan Collins did. I think.
I know Joan Collins did. She appeared in.
She was bloody everywhere.
Everything you could find.
She was everywhere. She was Love Boat, everything, weren't she? She was on the Love Boat. She was on anything.
She knew how to make her money. But she was. To be fair, I always thought she did a good job in everything she did. She was always good. She did well.
Anyway, that's Space 1999. Yeah.
Right. So next.
Which, by the way, the first season is better than season 2. I don't give a shit anybody that says anything different.
I'm saying no.
Season 1 is better than season 2.
Yeah, I'm saying no. I could argue with that.
I'm so on the. Everybody keeps saying I'm on the fence. I'm putting my line in the sand now by saying, do you know what? I love them both.
Yeah.
But if I was to choose on a desert island to take only season 1 or season 2, it'd be season 1 every time.
Interesting.
My favorite episode is Another Time, Another Place, where the Moon Base Alpha splits into 2, and basically they see themselves, and the moon's phase back into back in again. I think that was wonderful. It's where Koenig is dead in one Moon Base Alpha, and he's alive on another. And each of the characters see each other. Oh yeah. And they should never have got rid of Barry Morse. That's the reason why I think
one of my favorite episodes though is probably from the second season, which is, I think it's called. They made it into like one big movie kind of thing, like they stuck them together, and I think it was called Bringer of Wonders, something like that.
Oh,
it's got the guy who was in Champions in it, and these aliens have taken over, and they look really funny, and only a few people can see what they really look like. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
That's the one that I remember that I enjoyed. Anyhow, so Tony
says,
I'm
pretty sure Peter Cushing did do a spec. I just can't think what.
I think it could be.
I can't think what it was. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is it that I can think of Christopher Lloyd with that bloody weird hair, right? All rainbow coloured and everything. I can't think what Peter Cushing did.
He could well have done.
Patrick Troughton was the very last episode of the season, and
I remember him.
I think it was called the Dorcons or something like that.
I don't know. Did Peter? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've got to know now. I'm just going to do a quick Google. Peter Cushing, Space 1999. Let's see. He may not have done, but you never know.
You see, I know now that Steve.
Oh yeah,
Steve is pointing his finger at me. You sad case, because you should know full well what episode that is, or something like that.
Oh dear!
How am I supposed to see that? You sad old.
No. I'm trying to. He's not showing very well here.
You're shining a torch at a camera, you daft. Yeah. What how am I supposed to see that?
Here we go again. It's it looks like it's the. So look at this. I'm trying to get the name of the episode. Get it. Oh. I don't know. He's got him here anyhow.
What are you on, dial-up or something? Can't you find it any faster?
No, it's not.
Which episode is Peter Cushing in for Space? That's all you got to type.
That's what I've. Space 90 Catacombs.
Catacombs?
It says here Catacombs. I can't remember that episode. There's such an episode. Let me just try this again. I'm going to put that in. That looks wrong.
I don't remember one called Catacombs.
No, I don't remember one.
I remember there was one called Testament of something or other, where all these dead bodies came to life in this cave. And it had this piece of classical music that they kept playing. They were reciting the story of these people that were sitting in this cave centuries ago or something. And these skeletons would come to life or something.
Oh, I'm just wording it.
I'm pretty sure it was called Testament of something or other. Yeah. The only thing I can remember about that episode is the classical piece of music was lovely. It was gorgeous.
Oh, here it says missing link.
That rings more
bells. Missing link. Wikipedia episode series episode 20. Peter Cook.
Yeah, so towards the end, yeah.
Yeah, here we are. Missing link. It's called. Yeah, it's the 20th episode of the first series of Space 1999.
Another reason why season 1 is better than season 2.
Well, then now I love Peter Cushing, so it's bound to be now. Yeah. Okay. So anyhow, we'll be here till Christmas. The way we're going on. Let's go to the next question.
It's you. You control this, not me. I don't control it. I'm just waiting for you to come up with stuff on the screen.
Well, I have put it, and I have not ready. I'm sorry, Tony. It's what it's like with I know.
Yeah, with Delboy. Yeah,
right. Tony says Doombolt Chase is a children's adventure series, 1970s. I have it on network DVD. It has Peter Vaughan in it. Oh, Peter Vaughan.
Well, I know Peter Vaughan is, but I can't remember Doombolt Chase.
Yeah, great. Do you remember that? No.
That's what I said. I don't remember Doombolt Chase. I know Peter Vaughan.
Yeah, I know Peter Vaughan, but I don't remember Doombolt Chase. No. 1970s. Well, of course, 1970s, I was too old. I was out enjoying life. Jeremy Irons was on Playaway. Oh, really?
That's how it was. You remember I was telling you about my left foot? It's nice. It was Jeremy Irons. It was Jeremy Irons. He got his guitar out and started singing "Play Away." Honestly, funniest thing in the world. I was going, Jeremy Irons. He went up to be here. Look, he was on Playaway.
Amazing. Jim Jam Movies and TV. Did Brian Cant do a series called Dapple Down Farm?
Dapple Down Farm.
Yeah, actually, I think I do remember my son watching some of that. Yeah, I do remember vaguely that. Yeah. Tony, Follow Me is another great series from Network. Yeah.
Jim Jam is the Network king.
Yeah, ask him any question on Network. Yeah. Steve T. Brian Cant was a legend. Loved him to bits. Yeah. Thank you, Steve, for joining us.
Yeah. Hello, Steve.
I like that. What you've got there. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What's that from then?
Go on.
No, I'm asking you. What's that from then?
I know what you're going to say. What is that then? Go on.
Could it be Thunderbirds?
Is that Thunderbirds?
Could it be UFO? I'm just reading them out to you. What is it? So what could it be?
I don't know. It's not Thunderbirds.
Anyway, next.
No, it's definitely not Thunderbirds, is it? No. Talking of Stanley Baker, says Tony, he played a police inspector in a giallo I saw this week. A lizard in a woman's skin. I love that title. It's set in London. Oh.
I have to put my hands up now, Ian, and just turn around and say I have not watched a giallo film as far as I'm aware. I had this chat with Ryan one day. He was showing off these box sets of giallo films, and I said,
and you haven't seen them.
No idea what they are, really.
Yeah. I know Tony's a big fan. He mentions them quite a lot. And I have, in my reviews, I have come across that film. It has popped up a few times. It's the title, I remember, A Lizard in a Woman's Skin. It's just a great title. 1971. But, no, I've not seen it. And Jim Jam Movies and TV. Wish Tiz was at a DV release.
The only thing I think of is there is a best of Tiz was, and they did do the whole season of OTT. I'm pretty sure on DVD, because Over the Top OTT, which was the evening show of Tiz was, only had about 6 or 7 episodes.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yeah,
it's only really remembered for the stupid blokes doing a dance with balloons all over their testicles. Balloon dance.
Yeah.
Really, what everybody wanted was they wanted to see Sally James in revealing.
Yeah, that's right.
Which never
That's
happened.
all anybody ever talked about.
Yeah, I mean, because everybody that was a child really fell in love with Sally James as a kid.
That's right, yeah.
And, that's why they always wanted buckets and buckets of water everywhere.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she had it in her contract not to have any water anywhere near her.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of it. Lenny Henry made his fame and fortune there, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you'll ever get that. I don't know. You might do.
They did, like I said, they did a best of. What I'm getting at is, I don't know whether ITV Birmingham has the episodes stored. Whether they're actually been wiped or not.
Oh.
It ran for 4 or 5 years. It was on Saturdays for a good half of the year. Which means that there must be a heck of a lot of.
That's a question I want to ask you. You might know more. Were ITV as bad as the BBC?
Oh yeah,
they were. They were just as bad at wiping things.
Well, it's conjecture, isn't it? How bad is bad at junking anything bad?
Well, BBC were pretty bad, weren't they?
We do know that ITV was made up of independent companies making their programs. From that point of view, if ITV junked it, the independent company would still have their copies.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, ITC, which made an awful lot of ITV productions, would have stored their own copies. They gave them broadcast versions to give to ITV, but they kept the rights to them, didn't they?
Yeah.
So, and it would be ITC that would have sold their episodes to foreign companies, not ITV. So this is where it makes more sense that although people hated adverts, there is far less junking probably going on with ITV, because ITV was made up of all different areas. Like we had Southern Television, we had ATV, we had Anglia, all of these sort of things. Thames was the big one that took over. That took over basically the whole ITV network at the weekend, from about 6 o'clock on a Friday all the way till 2 in the morning on a Monday morning. Sunday evening. It was Thames. Everybody watched whatever Thames was broadcasting was the only thing that you got. But this is why I think you can get things like Armchair Thriller, and you can get things like Who Done It and all of that sort of stuff.
They kept.
Because it was the independent ones that kept all of the
Yeah.
episodes. BBC, they controlled everything, and if they thought that there was something that they couldn't sell, and they didn't sell much abroad, not everything, they jumped.
Yeah. They wanted the tape, and that it was an economic thing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
very
economic.
much so.
Where are we going to store this piece of shit that we can't sell?
Yeah, and then suddenly in '70s, I think we've been made some mistakes here, big mistakes.
I don't understand. I don't understand the philosophy even then, because in America, the videotape was actually starting to become quite strong in the early 70s.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting at there is that surely they thought later on somebody's going to want to watch these on videotape. But I think what it is that America got color quicker than we did. They got color in the 50s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We didn't get color until the 70s, like a good 20 years later.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, I think it was more to do with who wants old black and white shit.
Yeah. Because that's one good thing about, like, if you go on YouTube, you can often see groups and things that were on American TV shows in color. They're in color, like I think of the famous ones like the Doors, seeing the Doors. But in our country, it was still black and white TV, wasn't it? And most of them have been junked. A lot of the great performances. Top of the Pops, even I think, was black and white up to probably when they went color was about 1970-ish, wasn't it?
71 was it? 71 was it?
Yeah.
Well, we got color for Wimbledon, didn't we? Specifically for Wimbledon on BBC Two, wasn't it? And it was BBC Two that pioneered color in Britain for.
Yeah, well, it was an experimental station, wasn't it? At first, BBC Two, they were experimenting so much on that. And that was the color channel, wasn't it? That's where they experimented with it.
Yeah.
But American TV was very different. They had a lot of color. So we got here Steve's Gaming. I've at Steve TV love the Sid Avatar epic.
That picture of the satellite that you saw that was over the moon, it said he loved the Sid Avatar. Does that give you a clue?
Yeah. I was watching It Ain't Our Fault, Mum. Didn't realise June Whitfield was in an episode. Really? Yeah, I used to watch that all the time. Ain't Our Fault, Mum. Loved it.
I didn't know Terry and June was a show before Terry and June.
Yeah.
We talked about that last week.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. But Jim Whitfield, she worked all the time, didn't she? She carried right on till her death, really. She was everywhere, wasn't she? I never watched it, but I know she was in that Absolutely Fabulous thing.
Well, she turned a ho-hum carry-on film into an actually good romp, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, she's in the one where she's a committee member, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which that's one of my favorite carry-on films, where they're having the contest, aren't they? And she's of the tap. They're opposing it all. And
Carry-on girls. Carry-on girls.
She's a very good. She was very good.
And what I'm saying is, without her being in there, it would have been actually, I think, a more run-of-the-mill carry-on that probably wouldn't be quite as funny. I think she turned that film around, actually.
Yeah.
The fact that she was in there, being like a Mary Whitehouse type character.
Yeah, she was brilliant. Yeah, she was. I agree. And then talking of another Stanley, who remembers Stanley Baxter? Yeah, I remember it. ITV used to try and make it like an event TV show. He'd do not that many. I don't know how many he'd do in a year. It wasn't that many.
I was never a big fan of Stanley.
Well, I don't remember. It's funny, I don't remember that much about it.
He
I
dressed up
remember
in, he
seeing
dressed,
it,
he
but
dressed up in drag a lot.
it just went by me. And I just remember him thinking, well, they built all this up as if it's something really spectacular. And I agree. I don't think it was. I can't even remember much of it. I really can't remember. I just know the name, and that's it.
He was one of the biggest highlighted ITV stars going.
Yeah.
But when I think back at it, I go, I never really liked him, and I can't remember a time where I thought that he was brilliant. But then again, there's so many documentaries that turn around and say the golden era of 70s telly, Mike Yarwood was considered to be an absolute star. I'm turning around and going, I never ever really liked Mike Yarwood. I looked at Christmas, I looked forward to the Morecambe and Wise show. Mike Yarwood, he can go do one. I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He could do as many impressions as Prince Charles as he wants, and Edward Heath and all of the rest. I don't remember him ever being a number one show that was shown that week on the BBC channel. But they talk about Mike Yarwood as if he was. But I can name 30 other stars that the BBC had that were over Mike Yarwood.
But what was the Stanley Baxter show a series of sketches? Or
yes, it was.
What was it really?
It was like music. It was almost like a one-man, two Ronnies. They had a musical number and all of this sort of stuff. That's where I was saying. I remember him a lot dressed in drag.
I don't like all that stuff. I would have immediately just. I don't like it. Yeah, I never got into it. Yeah. It's one of those things. It scares me. Danny LaRue. Yeah. That's all I need to say.
He did a film, didn't he, Danny LaRue? He did a film where he played all the characters, didn't he? A bit like Dick Emery. It was set in Nazi Germany or something.
Yeah, it's just didn't get him at all. Tony says, so long since I saw Ain't Half Hot Mum. Don't remember seeing her. No, I don't remember that particular episode, but I did watch a lot. It was watching that was great. The Stanley Baxter picture show, I loved it. That's Steve's Gaming.
And I think it's going to be a divided thing because I can understand why people would love it, but from my memory of it, I can't remember it. I used to look forward to Dave Allen.
Yeah. Dave Allen. He's part
when I think of Stanley Baxter, I go, he ain't no Dave Allen.
Yeah. I just remember ITV investing a lot. They must have really spent a lot of money on this show, and they really
If I'm right, if I'm right, I think Stanley Baxter was on a Sunday.
Yeah. I wouldn't have probably even watched it. I don't think we watched it. I don't know. It depends what time it was on a Sunday, because we'd have been watching BBC too. I mean, BBC, like we used to watch things like O'Needing Line.
I definitely wouldn't bemoan anybody liking Stanley Baxter like Steve's there turning around and saying he loved it. I can't remember it enough. I can't remember it enough for me to turn around and say it was shit or not. But I do know that he dressed up in drag a lot, and I didn't really care for it too much.
I think they may have near the end of it done the like a Christmas kind of special.
He was off for years, and then they suddenly did a one-off show.
I don't think it's one that we watched, or if we did, it went right over. We'd have been watching BBC, I think. We used to be sort of stuck in one timeline watching BBC.
Yeah.
That's how it was. You know, you get your Generation Game, Morecambe and Wise, and all that stuff. And they used to show a blockbuster. Do you remember? They show a blockbuster film, which was great. A big event seeing a film
Yeah.
Life was different then, wasn't it? Tony says Stanley Baxter used to do some good impressions of people, women too, I think. I really don't know much about this.
He did a lot.
Simon,
For some unknown reason, I can see him now doing a Scottish impression of something.
I don't really know.
Somebody with red hair, dressed up doing a Scottish. But for some unknown reason, I've got it in my head. He just did lots of women dressed up as women type things, and I just don't know why I've got that impression of him.
Yeah. Sarah Robson says, "Evening, gang. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us." And evening, Sai says Jim Jam. Sai says, "Hi, Jim." Tony says, "We couldn't afford a paper bag, Ian. What luxury!" We used fallen leaves.
Everybody's got to go and see that sketch.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, it's homework.
Yeah.
Go and watch the Monty Python sketch with the poor Yorkshire bastards talking about how good things were back in the day.
I think it's in the compilation film. It must be. There's like a film.
And now for something completely different. I think it is.
Yeah,
but I do know it's in the Policeman's Ball.
Yeah. I'm sure it's in this and something completely different. Yeah. Network released Monty Python Flying Circus. Yeah, they did. I think there's 4. Is there 3 or 4? I think there is.
Yeah,
there's what John Cleese left, didn't he?
John Cleese at the end of the third. He left at the end of the third season, saying it's run its course. He went off to do something else. He came back, I think, just for the last couple of episodes or something.
Yeah.
When they asked him, but by that point, it was cancelled, I think.
Yeah. It did well to survive that long, actually, in a way.
I've got the scripts. Yeah. Remember BBC used to do the Monty Python's Flying Circus, the complete scripts, and they used to do volumes 1 and 2, and it would be seasons 1 and 2 of the and the second book would be season, and you could read along with the video tape going out. I remember I got those ones for Faulty Towers. I got definitely the Faulty Towers ones. I've got the Monty Python ones. I don't think I've got the Only Fools and Horses. I only found out the Only Fools and Horses ones were published a lot later after the DVDs were released. And I'd stopped buying books by then because I had no space to put them anywhere.
No, they do take up a lot of space. Yeah. Oh, and Garage. You get them in Garage, like.
That garage is
full.
There's already got a bullseye target written on it for people to come and nick things.
That garage. Yeah. Shh. I'm not supposed to say out, but I do.
Yeah, you think.
Stephen Taylor says, "I heard you mention on last blog, Del, that you had to have a year off work. Was that connected to your current health issues or something different?"
Something different. So I was a manager of what they call the CRC, which is the Community Rehabilitation Company, and the government did a U-turn and basically said that the probation service was now merging back. So the MPS and the CRC merged back, and because that meant that the admin side of the probation service was merging back, a lot of jobs had to be merged into the Ministry of Justice, the MOJ, which is what controls everything, right? The Ministry of Justice. Like you've got a Ministry of Defense, you've got a Ministry of Justice. And that meant that my job was safe, but they gave you any job that they could, as best as you can for your skill set. Now, I was an IT asset and configuration manager, and I got a letter that said I was keeping my job position, right? So I was going to keep my title, I was going to keep my money, and I was going to keep my pension, and I was going to keep everything, right? And I moved into this department called the SACM team, SACM. It's to do with ITIL. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with that. And there was only a 2-week period for you to appeal if you weren't happy with how things were going to go. So we moved over in June. By the end of June, you had to turn around and say you're happy in your role, or you were going to appeal and you wanted a better job, and they tried to find you a better job within the company. I'd got this letter that said I was keeping everything, all my titles and everything. But as the weeks went on, I was told that I was in a different pay class at the end of this merging process, because nobody really knew what was going to happen. But slowly and surely they were stripping me down, and I said to them, "Look, we're a year through the point where in 2 years' time you're going to force me to sign a new contract. Am I going to be a manager?" And they turned around and said, "You're not going to be a manager." And I said, "But I've got a letter that said I'm a manager." And they said, "We sent you the wrong letter." And I said, "Well, if you sent me the wrong letter, I would have appealed at the very beginning. So basically you haven't even apologized for sending me the wrong letter. Now we're a year down the road. I can't even do anything about it because all the jobs are filled. Like it or lump it," they said. So, of course, I took this to my union, and basically I went off work because my blood pressure went so high. I don't have a problem with pressure when it comes to work, but I have a problem with pressure when it's about what's happening with your career, because I gave up an awful lot of my time to become a manager. It took me 35 years to become a manager, where people have become managers in the first 5 years of them working. I was never a supervisor. I was never a manager. It took me 35 years to become a manager, and they stripped me like that because of a 2P process. My union reps turned around and said there's nothing that he could do about it. He said that they did everything by the book and they were crafty with it. And I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "Well, they counted down the point where you can't do anything about it. So if you'd have complained at the beginning," but I said, "But there was nothing for me to complain about." They said, "Yeah, but just hold back a minute. If all I'm saying to you is if you'd have said I don't like the position I'm in, you could have been a manager somewhere else. There's nothing that they could have done about it." The thing was, they ticked the clock down to the point where you can't go back in time to change anything. So basically, you're stuck where you are. They've guaranteed that your money hasn't changed. They're guaranteed your pension hasn't changed. They guaranteed your rights haven't changed in regards to your holidays. All they've done is they've stripped you of being a manager, changed your job title, and basically stuck you in a department that you're telling us you semi-like, but you're not sure. Well, I'd live with that if I were you. Or get out the company, find another job. And I said, "But that's the problem. When you're working for a company for so many years, you're internally trained to do that job. And if you go to another company, your skill set is not to the level of what they probably think you are." So I could be a manager at the CRC, but I'm not considered a manager in the Ministry of Justice. They don't do it like that. They look at it as being the size of the company. I never managed a team. I never managed people. I managed a process. You see what I mean? So it'd be very difficult for me to find a job. And then I'd have to start from scratch, and I'd lose all those holidays, like my 32 days holiday and all of this sort of stuff. So it took me a good year for me to get my blood pressure down enough for me to go back to work. And then I had to accept the fact they just dropped me. They took 9 years of my life away. 9 years of me building up to being where I'm at now, which is a person who puts figures in a spreadsheet. That's what I do now. In the job I did before, I was building laptops. I was configuring them, inducting people on them, keeping a record of all the assets. I was disposing of them. I was going to gold level meetings in regards to how help desk calls are handled, how the process of a call comes through to me and how it gets closed down. All of that was under my control, and now I put numbers in a spreadsheet. That's it. That's the reason why I was a year off of work. That's all. It's very known. It's actually in my blogs. In the first year of my blogs, nobody. What I've just said there is in any. Will be blinking an eyelid about what I've just said, because you can get all of that from my blogs. You know, I live with the fact now that I'm a very expensive analyst. They have to protect my money. They can't drop my money. But what they can do is they can stop me from having any pay rises for the next 10 years. But the reason that I was so upset was when I was trying to become a manager and try to impress people at a time when my dad was sick, I was spending time at work. I was doing 12-hour days. I only got paid for 8 of them. I stayed behind to learn the ropes on how to do things because I was keen to become a manager. So when my dad died, how can I go back and spend time with my dad? He's gone. I hid that remorse from everybody. You know, and then of course when the company comes along 4 years later and takes even your manager's job away, what did I get? I just wish I'd have opened my eyes to 4 years earlier and said, "Stuff you work. My dad's not very well. I'm going in there.
Yeah,
you ain't worth it." But I thought that they were a company that basically had scruples and wanted the best for me. So.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there you are. You live and learn. So now I just don't trust them anymore. You know, they turned around and said, "You know, I'm forever getting, you know, little perks." They say, "You've done a good job this month. Here's a £50 certificate for Amazon or something." And I'm going, "Bang, don't know what I've done, but do you know what? I'd rather you turn around and say you've done a good job, and pat me on the back and change my job title back to what I was. You know, in other words, I'm good enough to be a manager again." Because I don't want these 50 quids. Do you know what I do with those 50 quids? I give them my mum and say, "There you are, do the shopping this month." I said, "Here's my rent that I give you every month, and here's an extra 50 quid work's given me." Because I don't want it. I'd rather not sully my hands with the money that work give me with these gift certificates. I give it to mum and say, "Here's some Iceland vouchers, mum. There you go. We'll eat well this month because I'll go and get all the frozen pizzas for us this month. It cost us anything." And my mum says 50 quid. But I don't want 50 quid. I want my job back.
Yeah.
Doing. And that's because I work so damn hard for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're supposed to be bloody happy here.
No, no.
We go back to the it's really, really fun. And
anyhow, Stephen, thank you for asking that question. Anyhow,
no, Stephen, it's really nice. I do hope that you, if you are a subscriber to me, if you ever do like my stuff, it is all in my blogs. Don't ever think that you can't ask a question for me to answer in my own blog. Anything you want, anything to do with nostalgia, TV, computers, what's going on with work. I have to be careful with work, because they could be watching and they could turn around and say it's defamation of character and all sorts of stuff. And that I suppose I could lose my job. Because nobody wants to hear that you're bad-mouthing a company, do you? And everybody knows what the MOJ is. So I have to be a bit careful. But everything I've just said is true. I'll stand behind it and say, "You prove me wrong. Tell me I'm wrong with what I just said. This is what you did to me. You haven't asked me to be silent about what you do to me. You just tell me I can't disclose what I do at work. I haven't said anything about what I do at work." There you go. Let's get the fun going, lads.
Yeah, right. Do you like This Is England? I've not seen that for a long time.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I liked it when it was on.
It was good. It was a very good series, and it just captured it just captured that time. That it's a great period piece, really. Of that time in, say, This Is England. It's very good, excellent. Yeah, so I remember that. And then Science says, I've just got home from a special screening of An Inviolent Nature. It's a great concept, a slasher film shot from the perspective of the killer, but sadly, it's very slow paced. Oh, I think I've heard you mention that before. Actually,
In a violent nature, I've heard somebody
Yeah.
else talk about.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I thought most slasher films were sent from the perspective of the killer. Where you always see them walking with the knife in their hand,
Yeah.
coming up from behind someone.
Yeah.
And the other time that I've seen the perspective from the killer is the eyes of Laura Mars.
Yeah.
Where Laura Mars keeps seeing people being killed through the killer's eyes.
Yeah.
Right.
The film they say started all this off was, of course, Peeping Tom, which came out just before Psycho in 1960. And that I think that got a 4K release actually this year.
4K?
Yeah. So, didn't you know that? I thought I only had a steelbook.
No.
Tom. Really? Oh, I just thought.
No, you're telling me there's a steelbook I haven't got, you bastard.
Well, I don't know. It's supposed
to be making me happy, you get, not bloody making me sad. I'll go look around and try and find one.
It's an important film, Peeping Tom, in history of films. They believe it's the film that, I say it came out even only a few months, I think, or just before Psycho came out. It's an incredible film. But yeah, perhaps there wasn't a steelbook, but I know there's a 4K release of it. I've got the Blu-ray, but I haven't got the 4K.
Yeah.
Right. So let's move to the next one. If you could take 3 BBC comedy box sets on a desert island, what would they be and why?
Who's going to go first?
Do you want me to go first?
I don't mind.
I'll go first then.
All right.
And let me see. I'll tell you what I would take. I would take a Steptoe and Son. Absolutely love it. Faulty Towers, of course. I could not go without that. And I think I would take a Monty Python. Yeah, why not? Why not take Monty Python? So I'd have a more traditional one because I do really love Steptoe and Son. And then I'd have Faulty Towers, which is one of the greatest ever. I know it's a big claim, but a comedy series, it's just perfection. And Monty Python, because I really do love Monty Python. That would be mine.
First of all, Jim Jam, you're a bastard.
Yeah.
I'm only allowed 3. What a git.
Yeah, I know 3 is bad. But,
yeah. How can you choose 3 children out of a flipping school of thousands, right? Anyway. Instantly the first one that came to mind was Steptoe and Son. That would have been in my list.
Mm.
But I would swap out the next 2 because I would choose Porridge every time on that. And I would probably argue the toss that I should get Going Straight included with that because it should be season 3. Right. And I'd try and get away with that. But then, of course, I've got to choose Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Yeah.
But you see, the thing about it is that I love things like Up Pompeii. If you've ever noticed, when I'm doing my blog, I'm always going things like Salute.
Yeah.
He's Frankie Howard, basically. Frankie Howard was... he just makes me... It's just his face makes me laugh, Frankie Howard. What? No. Not on your Nella Secundus. And all of this sort of stuff, right? That's how Frankie Howard was. Very complicated and complex individual, to be quite honest. Sadly gone. But yeah, I mean, there's my 3. We won't dwell on it.
Yeah.
But you're a git for only allowing 3, you bastard.
If I could, if there was a big Dave Allen box set of his whole career,
yeah.
I would think about taking that because that would keep me going forever. I think Dave Allen, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I love Dave Allen.
Yeah, yeah. So next one is Dan Dukes, Cy Robson, hi mate, and Jim Jam was on TV. What was the first film you owned on video?
We had that question last week, didn't we?
Yeah. I think we mine is quite simple. First film was Dune, 1994.
And I think I turned around and said, I'm pretty sure it was a pirate film that my dad would have got from there, because video recorders in the 1981-80, they were all little like boutiques. If it wasn't that, it would have been something like Jaws. I think Jaws is one of the earliest things that I can remember actually ever owning.
Yeah, and mine, of course, is Five Doctors on. Oh no, sorry. Revenge of the Cybermen, the one that they brought out.
Yeah, the Tom Baker with the photographic covers.
Yeah. And then somebody thought, why don't we release them in episode form? And I think the first one that I got on video was
they spliced them together. They spliced them
when they released.
Yeah, they did it as 2 tapes.
Yeah.
But I do know that they called them film versions where they spliced them together.
Yeah,
I do remember
that. Right, so let's see. Next one. Love Adele rant. Oh, Adele rant. Oh yeah, we have to have a special slot every so often. It's the Adele rant, and then you can have a rant away.
Oh, we bloody well won't. Bloody well, you think we coming from with this?
I love a film that makes you escape for a while into another world. Well, yeah, films are capable of doing.
Well, this is where I was saying I think sometimes it works better in the cinema, because I think that you definitely can blank out everything and just basically do that much easier than you can at home.
Yeah.
I think.
So I don't know if I'm like binge watching something like I don't know, some TV series, then you get so involved that you do go off. You get so involved in that particular world, everything else just stops, and you think, "Go on, I'll watch another one. Oh, I'll watch another episode." You get so addicted, you have to keep watching the next episode, so you do escape into.
I mean, I am looking forward to when I've got my bus pass like you, and me being able to sit down and do that.
Yeah,
at the moment, unfortunately, I go to work, so I can't do things.
Yeah, I know you do. It's not my fault. Oh dear.
Carry on.
I became a carer. That's why I had to do it. Unfortunately, that's how
I'm a carer for my mum, aren't I?
Yeah, but I had to do it full time. I couldn't leave.
I can't do that.
Yeah. It was a big decision in my life, but
I tell you what,
one of them.
When we wake up on Friday and it's a Labour government, because that's what it will be.
Well, yeah, unless we're a different world, I don't think so.
I think you'll find that the first thing that they're going to do is put all the council tax up, because they've got no way of paying for any of these new policies that they've got. And if they're doing that, if they are putting up the council tax like I think they're going to, that doesn't help pensioners, because there is nothing that protects a pensioner for putting up the council rates. And that's something that the Conservatives wouldn't do. Just so you know, they did that in Wales. And unfortunately, Wales is Labour controlled.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have got Sunak as a leader.
Sutek,
Sunak. And
who brings the gift of death.
he does. He knows how to do that. He is absolutely well. Yeah.
He's a wank. He's a wank. I can't say, can I? But I mean, you heard the word I was going to bring.
Yeah, I know. I try not to say out like that, but I know what you mean.
Going to repeat what I say in my blog.
Yeah.
I am not a politician. I hate politics. I
Yeah.
hate the news that I talk about at the beginning. I wish I could not have it there, but it's there to date stamp this. So all I'm going to say to you is I'm just letting you know. For unfortunately, the Labour government do not think anything of pensioners. I'm just letting you know this is my fear. And unfortunately, because I'm a carer for my mum and my mum is 83, she's going to find that her pension will not stretch to paying the council tax, and they're going to pile on top, which means where the Conservatives would charge and take money away from the workers, people that work by income tax and all of that sort of stuff. Labour don't think like that. They think everybody is free range to have their money taken away from them, and we're going to do it to the pensioners as well. They're all bad. I'm all sick of the lot of them.
Can't some pensioners, it depends on your income, can't you apply for a reduction?
Your state pension must be below a certain threshold for you to get anything, which is why my mum has to pay for a TV license.
Oh yeah,
I know. That's why we cancelled the TV license.
So she can't claim then anything.
No, because my dad would have paid for his pension.
Yeah.
When he died,
I keep thinking,
that state pension is what my mum gets. But the private pension that my dad would have been in would have been so good that she gets half of that. So that puts her above the threshold.
Yeah.
But the state pension plus that half is not going to pay for the council tax in a 5-bedroom house in Midlands.
Anyhow, we'll see what.
See what I mean? So basically, they are not thinking, "Oh, you poor old 83-year-old." They're going to go council tax, 5-bedroom house. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right then.
Jim Jam Moves and TV. 5 Nights at Freddy's is made by Blue Mouse. Oh. Yeah.
Bloomers. That's another word for knickers, isn't it? Bloomers.
Yeah, bloomers. Yes, I don't know whether. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, Phil.
Can I just say though, because I want to end it all.
Yeah.
Right. I don't like politics, and I don't like any of them. I am not a Conservative. I am not a Labour person. Don't like any of them. That's my end. I'm not saying any more about anything more to do with any of that shit anymore.
Yeah. Right. I think that's why a lot of people, we just don't want to talk about it. We've just had enough.
That's why I'm doing a live show on the bloody day that we're actually voting, because who gives a shit?
Yeah, people are not. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look. Steve's Gaming, Jim Jam Movies and TV, The Likely Lads. Oh, this is his 3. Porridge and You Rang Me Lord. Yeah. I remember those.
Well, that was obvious, The Likely Lads.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would put that pretty close in
no, Steve lives in the north.
Ah, right. It's because he only gave us 3, didn't you? So 3 is a bit.
In fact, actually, you could be bloody brothers, you and Steve, bastards, both of you. Yes. Both up north, both miserable bastards.
There he goes. Perry and Croft, what a team.
Yeah.
Oh, the writers. Yes, sorry, I've got it. Yeah, I agree. Great writers. Absolutely.
Dave Perry and Dave Perry and Croft.
Fantastic writers. Yeah, totally. Some classics there, Steve. Yep. Tony says 3 BBC comedies. Here is Faulty Towers, Fast Show. Oh, yeah, Fast Show. And Porridge. Yeah, some great ones. Yeah. Jim Jones says, hopefully next week I'll be working on some new content. I remember you mentioned that. I'll be honest, my mind's not been on it. Yeah, sorry,
No,
I understand that.
I can totally understand
Yeah,
that. Who wants
yeah,
when you've
yeah.
got something
Don't
going
worry.
on in your
Yeah.
real life? It's so difficult.
Yeah.
The YouTube land.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why, in some ways, I was so glad that I did a capsule review this week, because last week I didn't do one.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on at work. I was very tired. And I thought to myself, I'll do a capsule review this week. Trouble was, too late by then, because I started losing subscribers because I hadn't done anything the week before. Well, that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
We don't know any reason why anybody loses subscribers, but I do think I should be doing more. I was a lazy bastard, really.
Yeah.
But I'm not
Actually,
been well. I've not
can
been
I just
well.
say something? Before because I always forget. In the description, there is Delboy's link to his channel. If anybody hasn't subscribed, why not? Yeah, you get value for money there, I'll tell you. And it costs note. So there is the link. Click that link if you haven't, and go over and subscribe to his channel. And there ends the commercial break.
Do you know what? You've just reminded me, right? I was watching Grumpy Old Men the other day. You could be one of them. You could have been in Grumpy Old Men. Who would you like to be, Jack Lemmon or Walter Matthau?
Well, I'll be watching the film and I'll be able to give a better opinion of it. I've never seen.
Yeah,
but
you know who Jack Lemmon are and who Walter Matthau.
Oh yeah,
I always wanted to be Jack Lemmon, me, but
yeah. Oh well, I'll have to say,
yeah, you could be sour faced Matthau. You could be sour faced Matthau.
He looks grumpy, doesn't he? He does look grumpy. Yeah.
He's so funny in that film.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I did a trailer of Grumpy Old Men on my blog, right? No word of a lie. There's a special scene that he did just for that trailer.
Oh.
Right. There is Walter Matthau in a bath washing his feet.
Yeah.
He said, if I knew there'd have been a nude scene in this, I'd have asked for another $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
He says that right at the end. I thought,
I remember that. Yeah. Actually,
tight bastard. Right. Anyway,
I'm just plugging your channel again. That's one of the highlights of your program when we actually see in the blog those films that he's watched. The trailers are a definite highlight of it. You know, rest of it I won't bother. Just speed it on. You know,
just fast forward. everything at times X30.
I don't mean it, honest.
That's when I know I've got a good program, is when you put X30 on. X30 on somebody else, you'd be finished because they only do 5-minute content. These mine's 25 minutes long.
Yeah. Anyhow, Jim Jam, hopefully, we'll look forward to seeing your content. But sorry, I think everybody understands. You know, it does. You can't just life does take over. Yeah. Sarah says Danny Dukes, I'm 80, and we've got Jim Jam saying, was there an act at Blackpool called Snorbits? Oh, that blooming dog. Is that the dog with Bernie
Winters?
I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Mike and Bernie Winters.
Yeah, he did this thing where he had this dog.
The dog was a Saint Bernard with a big keg under it.
Yeah, that's right. I vaguely remember that. Yeah,
they used to do records together, didn't they? Mike and Bernie Winters. They were singing.
Yeah.
They sang songs like Underneath the Arches and things.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Grannies loved them. Grannies loved them.
I remember seeing them. They were just like they were on the telly. Yes. But I think that after he died, I think Mike Winters died, and he carried on, and this is where the dog was. I'm sure he carried almost like a solo career after he died. His
I
brother.
just remember he used to go mental over this dog. He used to go, "You little touchy face," like this and all this.
You've just brought that, just that impression, then brought it back. It just
That's all I
remember it.
remember about. That's all I
Oh,
mean. He used to go,
God.
"Touchy face," like this. Used to drive me nuts.
I know what you mean. Anyway, I think John Barden was in stage show Dad's Army. Oh, do you know, that's interesting.
Like I said, I thought they did do a stage show, but I didn't.
Yeah, they did. I know. I went to see it, but I know not all the cast was in it. I don't think Arthur Lowe was doing it.
Oh no, he would have been too old.
Yeah,
And
Arthur Lowe wouldn't have been.
there was always a health-wise problem with him all the way through the
Yeah.
series, anyway.
They could have been John the Measure, you know. They could have been.
Yeah, it'd have been okay. His health was all right. I think
Yeah,
the only thing with him is the only thing I feel sad for with him is just basically his relationship with Hattie Jakes wasn't the best. I think it basically upset him all the way through.
Oh, wait, what?
I don't think he could really enjoy himself.
Yeah. Do you know? I'd love to know. I might try and do a bit of research to find out who was on that tour. But I just remember going to see it. Yeah, I do. But I know it wasn't all the cast. You wouldn't have, would you? You wouldn't have got them all. And Arthur Lowe, I imagine Arthur Lowe could be a bit awkward. I've got this feeling about him.
Pompous, wasn't he? He was basically considered a prickly, pompous character.
Yeah,
even in real life,
he was very much like Banner. Yeah.
In real life, you almost expected him to be. You're a bank manager, aren't you? You manage a bank.
Yeah. Oh. And wasn't Star Wars Burning Winters? Tom, Tony. Yes, we brought that nightmare back. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Nightmare on St. Bernard Street.
And then Steve says yes. Les Dawson, what a legend. Oh, yes, Sissy and Ada. Now, is it Roy Barrowclough he was with? Yeah, they used to do that double act together.
Very well timed, because it's based on Northern way, the way the Northern women talk to each other in wool mills, wasn't it?
Yeah,
because they mouth things. They went, and that.
Yeah, that's it. Because cotton mills, you're right. Yeah,
and then they do this.
Yeah.
And you've got basically Sissy and Ada.
Yeah, brilliant. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Absolutely brilliant.
She's got them women.
Yeah.
Down.
He said, "Oh, she's got a face like back of a bus." He said this like that. Oh, she had a face like a bag of spanners.
Yeah, a bag of spanners is definitely what I've heard. Yeah.
Oh, right. I've just had a flashback of Orville. No, we'll keep that flashback, please. No, we don't want Orville, please. No, that is going a bit too far.
Green duck. You know, I tell you, I would drop kick that bloody green duck over the other side of the.
Here's a question for you: which is worse, Howard the Duck or Orville?
Orville.
Yeah, I think I agree, and that's saying something.
And the monkey and all. That thing out the window and all. I never really liked him anyway.
No. It's awful.
I believe he wasn't really a very nice man either.
No, another one. Yeah.
I don't know quite what it was. I just think he was a bit. I think I don't know what it was. He was always complaining about the money that he got, but I think it was something to do with It took so long to get him his career. What was it? Was that journalist that did a documentary on him, wasn't it? That, that he was trying to make a comeback. What's his name? Louis Theroux.
Oh yeah, Louis Theroux is very good.
I'm pretty sure he spent a week with
oh, did he? Oh, crikey,
with Orville.
Oh, I bet he was.
And
quite revealing.
And he just wasn't a very likable person.
No. Yeah. Right. Little and Large, yeah, they were quite popular on the were they on ITV, Little and Large, or BBC?
No,
BBC. Yeah,
BBC.
Yeah.
They were found on ITV.
Right. One of these talent shows.
I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah.
But all I know is that Little and Large were the ultimate embodiment of straight man, funny person.
Yeah.
Because if I remember rightly, Sid Little.
That's right.
He had no jokes whatsoever. He just stood there being the person with a guitar in his hand.
That's right. It's I'll sing this song, and he kept getting interrupted.
The person that was doing the impressions, running around like a headless chicken, trying to make everybody laugh.
Yeah.
And that's the embodiment of a double act.
Yeah.
But Morecambe and Wise were much more subtle.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you were to ask what did Sid Little do, I'd turn around and say stood there with a grin on his face and then rolled in the money.
Did they?
I'll tell you what, Eddie Large was the only one who really did anything.
I presume, I can't remember much at all about them. Did they do sketches then as well? Was it like a variety?
Oh yeah. They were like Cannon and Ball.
Yeah.
And, they did a musical number at the end. It was an hour show.
Format.
I know that that they fell foul of the same comedy problems that Morecambe and Wise and the two Ronnies had, where the alternative comedians came along and said, "You're all old hat," and ought to be pissed off. Where put in a field and blown up because you're all old hat and that. They went back on the circuit in Blackpool, and I think it was Eddie. I think it was Eddie Large that had a heart attack.
Yes, I think you're right.
And although he wanted to go back on stage, he just couldn't, and that really ended Sid Little. There was nowhere Little to go.
Yeah, that was it.
I mean, where Morecambe and Wise, Ernie Wise was always the person that turned around and said, "I will always continue to work after Eric Morecambe went," and everybody didn't bat an eyelid at that.
No.
The thing with Little and Large and having a double act like theirs, there's nowhere for Sid Little to go. If Eddie Large turned around and said, "That's it, I can't work now,"
that's it, it's finished. Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
Like Laurel and Hardy, really.
Yeah.
How that happened, because as soon as Oliver Hardy had his health problems, although Stanley said he'd never worked with anybody anyway, because that was he loved his friend too much.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see him working with anybody either, not with that many years behind them. You automatically knew really that Stanley did have a talent that he could have done it.
Yeah.
Little, what talent did he have?
Yes.
Honestly, he's the one person I can think of where he just had a stupid big thick set of glasses and a grin on his face.
Yeah.
That's it.
It did note, as we say. It did note. Yeah. Right. And we've got
and then you've got the alternative Cannon and Ball, where it's a double act, but at least both of them had something in their arsenal, where it was Tommy Cannon that was the singer. You could turn around and say was the singer, musician, the person that tried to do serious sort of like stuff in the show, and obviously Bobby Ball was the person who played around.
And didn't Tommy Ball go into more serious acting or into he carried on in a career, didn't he? I think it is.
Bobby Ball did
Bob,
all sorts without Tommy Cannon. He was in
yeah,
the fattest man in the world drama. He was the
yeah,
manager of the bloke who was the fattest man in the
yeah,
world. He went in to do something Street. I forgot what it was. It was a Sky production where he was the father of some. Anyway, he was obviously in don't. I'm not going out, wasn't it?
yeah. I
He
think,
was
yeah,
he was
yeah.
Summit Vine's dad or something. You know
So he
where.
had a career after.
Oh, he did a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
I think Tommy Cannon and Bobby Paul had a big falling out. They didn't work together. Well, they always worked on the circuit, but they didn't work together on TV too much until Tommy Cannon and Bobby Ball made it up with each other, and then Tommy Cannon got converted because Bobby Ball is a very big religious person.
That's right. Yeah, yeah,
That's why it hit him so hard when Bobby Ball died during the
yeah,
COVID situation because
yeah,
uh, they were now so big and so religious.
yeah, yeah,
Said, "I'm going to be meeting you very soon, my
yeah,
friend."
yeah.
All
Yeah, I
right, look.
remember that. Yeah.
But I that's where I'm saying I do feel bad. I think a little bit for Bobby
Mm.
Ball. I think he again is another one that would have had far more to go in life.
Yeah, yeah,
Such a shame that COVID took it. That was it. Bang.
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Tony York says loved Les Dawson and Roy Ballerclough as those two ladies. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he
just
does.
classic,
Yeah.
classic stuff. That. And Jim Jam Moves on TV. Thanks for the review of Grumpy Old Man. I'll be watching soon. There you are, Delboy.
I love that film.
Review. And Tony, I agree. The depiction of the robbery is glamorized, Del, and totally unrealistic. I think I just enjoy the music and the period setting. Yeah, I like the period settings.
I don't think you could take
Yeah.
anything away from the fact that the 60s
Yeah.
is the 60s and it's just
Yeah.
lovely, right?
Yeah.
The music, therefore, is great.
Yeah.
Whether you like Phil Collins or not, he did a groovy kind of love is not really my sort of music. It's a sentimental, slow track. But I tell you what, I bet you any money it bought his house.
Yeah.
That's all that matters, isn't it? At the end of the day, 2 Hearts is a better number because it's faster. 2 Hearts living in.
Of course, it was best when he was with prog rock Genesis before they went all poppy.
We all
you
know
that, of course. Everybody who likes good music.
I think the music. I think the music in Against All Odds is better than Buster, but
yeah,
you know.
But there we are. It did well to come to carry on after Peter Gabriel, really. But unfortunately, after about 3 albums, it all started to go a bit wrong. But I don't blame them. What Genesis did, they just decided, well, we'll go in a different direction now. We'll go more into pop market, and they did. And
what you want about?
You know.
What you want about Genesis? That terraforms planets, doesn't it? I mean, basically, you drop this rocket on a dead moon, and suddenly, all of a sudden, you got a fucking great big world that comes along, and Spock comes back to life. That's Genesis. Isn't it?
He don't know. He don't know, does he?
Get on with it. You know, we're never going to get to the bottom of these comments. You know what?
I'm hoping to see Never Ending Story back at the cinema this year. Oh, right.
Yeah, well, isn't it its 40th anniversary this year?
Yeah, it could well be. So there might be. I presume they might bring it out. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Have you heard anything about it being?
I keep hearing the music, the Never Ending Story in the football. Yeah. That's enough.
But nothing on. Right. Who was your first film crush? Oh, I can see straight away. I know what mine is. It has to be Racco Welsh, because I saw that poster. I used to go by it, and when I saw her, in the prehistoric costume, hardly any costume, has to be Racco Welsh, 1,000,000 years BC. Yes, that's it. That's my first crush, I think. Yeah, that's film, and the TV crush would have been.
He said film, didn't say
Yeah,
anything
but I
about
just
TV.
thought
Don't start adding things. We'll be here till Christmas.
you're gonna say Diana Rigg, but I
If
just
he
thought
was,
throw that in.
if you're gonna start putting TV in, we're gonna be here till Christmas, mate.
Get on with
Just
it now
read
instead
the
of
question.
complaining, lad.
Jesus, bloody hell!
Go on then, get on with it, lad.
No. I can't think really because it would have been something from a Hammer horror film. It would have been, honestly, it would have been, like any of the
Ingrid Pitt.
it would have been any of the big busted women that
Ingrid
were in
Pitt.
these things. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I have to turn around and say I've had so many crushes. Like I've already mentioned Suzanne Dandara. I mean, well, bloody hell, I wouldn't mind her.
He said first crush, first film, lad.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, there you are.
It would have been a Hammer horror film. I was still, I'd have still been a kid. I'm watching a Hammer horror film.
All right. Okay.
You see what I mean?
All right.
I just can't think of it. So I'm just going to say the same, Racco Welsh, because I did like 1,000,000 years BC.
Yeah.
You can't turn around and say there's nothing wrong with that cover.
No.
Yeah. I mean, and you take take those clothes off, and you've got basically a rug, haven't you, on the floor? So it's a double win, isn't it? So,
yeah, that's fine. We better move on. The complete Morecambe and Wise is under a tenner on Wob. Well, that's cheap, isn't it?
How complete is the Morecambe and Wise though? It doesn't include the Christmas.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Yeah,
they separate those things. Because I mean, how many seasons they did? They did 5, 6, 7 seasons plus Christmas specials plus. I don't think the BBC ever produced a complete. I think it's.
Have they got missing episode problem?
Yeah.
Wise? I think they have.
Yeah.
I think the archive is not complete at all.
Well, it was their son, wasn't it, that found the Andre Previn sketch that they did years earlier.
Yeah.
It was done on ITV as well.
Yeah. Jim says Bernard Manning was compare, great singing voice. Oh yeah, that's a Wheel Tappers and Shunters Social Club.
Yeah. The only time I liked Bernard Manning was when they used to have that ITV show called The Comedians.
That's right. Yeah, he had to be a bit cleaner, I think, then, because it was on at. I think it was on about tea time-ish, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, but the nice thing about The Comedians was it had all these different faces, and you just went, "Oh, that was a funny joke."
Yeah.
And Stan Boardman will be up there, and he'd do his joke.
Right.
And you'd have all these different, and you just go, "These are all funny. I like these."
Yeah. Stephen Taylor says, "Do you think the internet has made us more isolated?" That's interesting. You can work from home, order everything online instead of going to the shops, etc. It's a very good question, and
yeah, but the simple answer is that yes, it has.
Yeah,
but I don't blame it on the internet. I just blame it on actual social media that's made us more isolated. That's instead of going out and meeting people, we're now doing it over the phone, not even coming off of our asses and stuff. The reason the working from home has isolated us too much, even work recognize it because they want us now to go back into work at least once or twice a week in regards to our mental health, just so you get back into the conformity of going into work, doing some work stuff, and then other people that you used to work with are there, and you can have chats and basically have coffee breaks and speak to each other. You can't do that when you're at home. That makes you isolated. That makes you vulnerable to bouts of depression. And that's why That's why they're writing into people's contracts these days. You must be able to work from, you can work from home, but you must be able to go into an office at least once a month or twice a month or twice a week or whatever, because they recognize it's important that you speak to the people face to face as well as over the phone. That's it, really.
Yeah. I would agree with that. From my own viewpoint, I don't want to go in too much, but the word isolated is a very interesting word, because it's like saying that you've no contact at all, but yet through the internet you can have contact, and which can be important for people. Not everybody, for instance, can go out and do, meet in that way. So though I can see what you mean by isolated, it can also be the other way around, that the internet can be positive in that it gets you contact, and you can not only, you see, I would look also as things, if you can't visit places and that, at least sometimes you can go on YouTube and places like that and see other places, and that there are lots of other things. But I get what you're saying is true, but there is another side to the internet which I don't think we should dismiss at all. That's just my personal experience of it. Yeah,
I was very careful by saying I don't think it's the internet. I think it's social media.
Yeah. So social media is something we could talk about.
The internet has been around since dial-up in 1995, and I don't remember anybody suddenly stopping and not going out playing football because the internet was there.
Yeah.
It's social media
That's
where you're married to somebody in the same house, and you're taking a photograph of your dinner and thanking her for the dinner you're just about to eat, and she's in the same room as you are, and you're texting her while she's in the same room. That's when you're turning around and saying, you're mental. She's just there.
Yeah.
You're doing this. You're taking a photograph of this dinner, not to thank your wife. You're doing it to show other people what you're eating. And, and your friends, and letting them know that, and all this sort of stuff. It's like an ego brushing thing. Oh, look at my house. Look at our cutlery. Look at our crockery. All of this sort of stuff. I don't give a shit whether you're having a Yorkshire pudding with bloody roast potatoes every Sunday. I couldn't give a shit. What I don't want to see is every Sunday in my face when I'm looking at Facebook or something. You know what I mean? Go and speak to your own wife and say thanks very much. I don't want to know.
I personally think social media has also had a lot of very negative things in terms of people's ideas, what people perceive as things of truth, and there's loads of issues. I'm not going to go into them, but there is a lot of negative stuff on social media which has been harmful. And sometimes I wish to think, why the hell people believe half of the rubbish that is on social media?
Oh,
and that,
don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Yeah, but anyhow, although you could have one topic on that all evening. Yeah.
Seriously though, going out and saying, here's a picture of my food I'm just about to eat.
Yeah.
What? No. Oh, I'm going to go in. Honestly, it will make me want to go into Greg's and take a picture of a sausage roll, saying I'm having a sausage roll. Just to let you all know, I'm having a sausage roll. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to do this, but my favorite one is
news at 11.
Let's have a taste test. Oh, look, I'm just having that dinner now. Oh, look, this is a taste test. I'll just make a video out of it. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Laziness.
Yeah, my wife's given me a cheese and ham sandwich today.
Yeah. Oh,
thanks very much, wifey.
I'm sorry, but what a load of
shit.
It is. I mean, what? It is pathetic. It's just. I'm sorry.
I don't care if you're having a Cadbury's mini roll with your dinner. I don't care.
Yeah.
Log off.
This is YouTube as well, Julia. People are
Oh.
making livings on YouTube doing taste tests. Sorry, but yeah, I'm just anyway. I'll start lecturing and start going off on one, but I think we both agree on it. It's just pathetic. Yeah, Tony Hawk said New Faces was more hip and modern than Opportunity Knocks. No, I think that is true.
Well, yeah.
Opportunity Knocks was a dinosaur relic.
When that died,
New
yeah.
Faces looked a bit better than that.
Yeah, the clapometer, Jesus Christ.
That Huey Green, who was a horrible man, absolutely horrible. Jim got my eye on getting the Give Us a Clue complete box set from Network, currently 35 quid. Give us a clue. Is that a Mike Aspel or somebody? Who was Give Us a Clue?
Yeah.
Was it Mike Aspel?
Well, for part of it, it was.
Yeah.
I think there was a couple of people that did give us a clue. But I remember you just sat in teams and you basically...
all this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I think it was popular. Very popular, I think, at the time.
Well, it's the 70s and 80s version of 8 out of 9 cats do countdown, isn't it? Basically, where they're taking the piss out of countdown, but it's got the celebrity behind there,
That's right. Yeah. And we've got here saying, oh no, you've said something awful. I hardly dare read that word out. The crank, 2 words, the crankies. Oh my. Please spare us.
What do you mean? They're Van Dabby Dozy. What do you mean?
Oh dear. What's your all-time favorite? This is mod. I can see down. What's your all-time favorite TV tune? Ian, you can't say Doctor Who. Laugh out loud. Well, I'll say the original Star Trek series. I love it. When I hear it, as I would have said. So that's mine.
You know what? I'm going to abstain from this one. And the reason I'm going to abstain is because you're asking somebody to separate, their little children. You know what I mean? There's so many, and I've loved them all. Doctor Who wouldn't have actually been there anyway.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, you've got people like Henry Mancini doing TV themes. You see what I mean? And I can't, because I could turn around and say, oh yeah, Starsky and Hutch, the first season. Yeah, because that's Lalo Schifrin. Yeah, that's my favorite. And I'd turn around and say, yeah, but the theme tune to Randall and Hopkirk's brilliant. And you can't ignore it and turn around and say that, but they're 2 totally different themes. One's got a bit of menace in it. One's got a bit of grit in it. You know what I mean? It's like saying, what's your favorite all-time soundtrack score from any genre? How the hell? I could probably give you the favorite one in a Western, the favorite one in a science fiction, the famous one in a horror. But you asked me to put 110 years of cinema together and say which is my favorite score, one film. That really is difficult. If you'd have asked me what's my favorite TV theme tune in a comedy, or a TV theme tune in a science fiction, or TV, you see what I mean? Okay. Twilight Zone theme music. Yeah. Just to end it there.
Stephen Taylor says, did you know the bass player from Judas Priest is also called Ian Hill? Yes, I do. I know that one. I'm afraid I do know that one. Yes, yeah. He is a bass player for Judas Priest. It was not a bad group either. They're pretty good. I've got some of their albums in my collection. Yes, Cy Robson. After last week's stream, I found Dick Emery's Legacy of Murder. Oh, yeah. And binged the whole thing on Sunday. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I remember we talked about that, didn't we?
That was the last 2 seasons he did, where he actually made a sort of like a sitcom.
Yeah.
detective thing.
That's right.
I haven't seen them in years.
But
yeah.
Steve's Gaming. What's your at Jim Jam movies and TV? Mine is UFO. Nothing as cool as the theme to UFO. It is a good theme, yeah.
Barry Gray is another classic one. I mean, I could turn around and talk about Captain Scarlet. I could talk about
yeah.
I could talk about the Field of Thunderbirds. And we could go on and on and on and be here forever.
Oh, the Avengers theme I love. I mean that. Avengers.
Like I said, there is literally just tons and tons of content that's about Barry Gray. UFO is good, and the end credits are really weird in the fact that it's more sound effects than it is an actual theme. And apparently it was used as the theme for a film, The Other Side of the Sun, if I remember rightly. Which Jerry Anderson tried to get off, and it had David Vincent, you know, the Invaders bloke, Roy Finnis. That's he was in it. That was the theme. That was in UFO. Yeah, I know an awful lot. You know, I'm not nowhere near. Do I know as much as Steve? Steve's got a bloody great big book on it. Cost him 40 quid at Christmas. He showed it off, bastard.
Right. Styro Islander 2 is one of the worst sequels of all time. That's what you chose, isn't it?
It said Speed 2, didn't we? But
I've not seen it. Again, it's one that everybody's talked about.
It's called The Quickening. It's bloody awful. Do you know what? There's only one thing worse than Islander 2, and that's Islander 3.
Oh, dear.
Bloody awful.
What did you think of TV series?
It was all right.
Yeah, it was. It was something you switch your brain off. You could just watch it, and it was all right. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't. Yeah,
it's like that TV show that we were talking about the other day, and we were talking about the film The Hunger and the TV series.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the TV series The Hunger. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with the film, although some people would.
Yeah, I know. We loved. I love The Hunger. Yeah,
but there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it falls into that nobody talks about it anymore. So because nobody talks about it anymore, it gets lost.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a Friday the 13th TV series.
Yeah. In fact, I came across that.
Nobody talks about it anymore.
It came up on one of my feeds on Amazon. It's 64 quid.
Yeah, 64 quid on DVD, I bet.
Yeah. 64 quid.
And then, of course, there's the Nightmare on Elm Street TV series.
Yeah. I think there's a few episodes in there on that box, the box set. I call it a box set, but it's all these things crammed together. The Blu-ray thing. I think there's a couple of episodes on there from that. Yeah. Right. Let's see. I think of Auf Wiedersehen Pet. Oh yeah, that's another one going back. A lot of memories.
Really, Auf Wiedersehen Pet.
Yeah.
I prefer the ITV ones over the BBC ones, but
And Jim says, "What's your favorite Will Hay film?" For me, it's got to be The Ghost of St. Michael's with a young Charles Hawtrey. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you do know that Will Hay worked with Charles Hawtrey, and it's why Charles Hawtrey always said that he should have been top billing on the comedies, on the carry-on films. The carry-on films, whenever Sid James wasn't there, whenever Kenneth Williams wasn't there, he believes that if those two people weren't in the film, Charles Hawtrey should be at the top billing, but it always went to someone else like Hattie Jakes or even and so eventually he went to drink and
he left, didn't he?
He left. Yeah. He always argued over the fact, because if you were top billing, that was worth £5,000.
That's right. Yeah,
you only got two, and he worked with Will Hay. He basically was in comedies of gold that were made in the 30s and 40s. So I get the argument.
Yeah,
be quite honest,
I
really.
think his drinking became quite a problem
Well,
again.
every
This often
character he had,
happens, didn't it?
every character he had, he had to have some glass in his hand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what can you say? To be honest, I can't think of. I've not really seen enough Will
It'll be
Hay
ask,
films.
it'll be ask a policeman for me.
So that's my answer. That's it. I don't know. To be honest, I've only seen clips of Will Hay. I've not seen the whole film.
He used to be on Channel 4 early in the mornings.
Yeah,
That's how I used to watch him.
and Tony's York says, I've been watching some. Oh yeah, Man in a Suitcase. This comes up. Yeah, and it has a great theme. Yeah, yeah. Most of the ITC series had such memorable themes. Yeah, that's true.
Because they went to Hollywood and got some great bloody
Yeah,
composers to do all half the stuff.
yeah.
I mean, just look at Tony Curtis and
Roger Moore together. Yeah,
I remember rightly. That's Henry
they
Mancini.
were very ambitious, weren't they? They were
Is
an
it Henry
ambitious
Mancini
company.
that did that? I'm pretty sure it was Henry Mancini.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very ambitious. Jim Jam says, Jim, funny you should mention Will A. I picked up that box set on DVD Monday. Here we are again for £2, a charity shop.
I tell you, I'm going to follow him into every charity shop and buy it before he can actually pick it up.
Find out. It seems to me they're waiting to say, "Oh, quick, Jim Jam's here! Quick, get out there it is! Yes, cheap box set for you."
Quick, hide every DVD below £2 now.
Yeah, well, let's face it, you seem to have done very well. We went. Yeah, I know you said about your
Would it be
video.
terrible if we all took his avatar there, look, and put it up in the window of every charity shop? Have you seen this man? If you do, ban him from your store.
Yeah.
I would do something like that. I'd probably put
that would be a wanted first.
Yeah, wanted. Have you seen this man? Please contact the police on 999.
Yeah. Dear. Jim Jam, that's a bargain. Yes, it is. We know that. Jim Jam says, what's your thoughts on TV shows being turned into film versions? There are so many to mention. We won't bring up Keith Lemon film. No, I'd rather not bring up Keith Lemon at all. Well, there was that period where there were lots of these ITV and BBC films, comedy series that got transferred to films, and I don't. For me,
my answer to it really, just so that you know, is if it's done well, great. But the trouble is, most of them aren't. They did try in the 70s at least, and some of them turned out well, like the On the Buses films.
And Steptoe, I think Steptoe films.
Right, right. Yeah. But then what you tended to find is in the noughties, they're all shit. Every single one of them. Even absolutely fabulous, I think is shit.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what I think would be better is if you take the characters out of them and give them a different film, like Steve Coogan did. He played a probation officer in one film. You know what I mean? In other words, there isn't a Tony Partridge, film.
Yeah, Alan Partridge one.
Alan Partridge, right?
Yeah.
But have Alan Partridge in a film that's not called Alan Partridge might work.
Yeah, it did.
The character is good.
Yeah. What's it called? Bravo something.
That's what I'm saying.
That one.
Papa something or other, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, this is why I don't like things like Mrs. Brown's Boys, the movie.
Oh, it's not funny. It's just not funny. It
And all
really
of that
isn't,
sort of
is
stuff,
it?
because she's got an ensemble cast of characters that, you know, if you do like Mrs. Brown's, great, you know what I'm, but
Yeah.
the TV show works because it's got a studio audience. It's half an hour. It's got a half-hour subject line, and basically, you know, you can turn your brain on and off very quickly. To sit for an hour and a half watching this shit,
Oh no, no,
you got
no.
nowhere to go. That's the person that's in front of you, and it's basically like an hour and a half version of Mrs. Brown, but but it's cost you 13 quid at the cinema.
Yeah, you're right. You've just remembered. Yeah, they brought a film out, didn't they? I can't believe they actually brought a film out of it. Oh,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
there's all sorts of, you know, all
Oh,
this. I know it's a different thing, you know, it's a pop group, but Spice World, all of this sort of stuff. I don't want this shit, you know. Music, stick to music, comedy, stick to comedy and TV. Don't start mixing it with bloody Hollywood, Paramount, and all this sort of stuff, and
yeah,
bring film versions and all that sort of stuff. It was tried in the 70s and it just about worked, but they
yeah,
got worse and worse and worse.
yeah,
Rising Damp didn't really work as a film.
yeah,
The only reason we remember it working well is because we remember it seeing it on TV.
yeah.
And we thought it was just a longer version of what we've seen on TV. We didn't know that young parents went to the cinema to see it.
But
Really?
I think you're right. Actually, they worked when you went to the cinema and just thought they were an extended episode, and that's what I
Yeah.
thought with Steptoe and
I
Son.
didn't
They
know.
treated it like that. They
Back
didn't
in
have
the
no pretensions that it was anything but that, and it
back in the
worked.
day when they showed
They-
Holiday on the Buses on TV,
oh yeah,
I swear to God, my 9-year-old turned around and said, "I didn't know this was at the cinema.
yeah,
I thought it was just a longer version episode.
yeah,
I thought
yeah,
it looked quite. I thought it looked quite like well done. You know, like
yeah,
this looks so much better than the quality of the video that they use for the TV.
yeah,
Where's the laughter track? You know, there's no laughter
yeah,
line track or anything like that.
yeah,
That's it, really.
yeah. Right. Let's have a look. Everybody is their own critic. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's right. um, how come you own 8 Dreamcast, Delboy? This is obviously,
Greed,
yeah,
greed, basically. No, it all started off when I was in Manchester. My parents would come up and see me probably about twice a year, and they'd bring my nephew up, Alex, and he was only like 8 or so, 9 years old, something like that. The Dreamcast had failed big time, right? It was a console that came out in 1999. In 2001, they discontinued it, right? It sold something like 7 or 8 million units. But as soon as the console dies and they're not bringing out any more games for it, people take them into cash converters. Just second nature. You just go take them into cash converters. No word of a lie. Cash converters had so many at one point that they were selling them at 15 quid. Now these are consoles that cost £149 a year earlier, right? So when one went into whenever I was in town in Manchester and I saw one in the window and it said Dreamcast 15 quid, I'd go in and buy it. Because I always thought to myself, well, if my one breaks, I've got another one. Right? Because then you got to remember that consoles, they break quite easily. And at least I've got all the parts to build another one. You see what I mean? I've got a shitload of parts. They're going to cost me a penny. You know, the drive breaks on one. I take it to bits. I put the drive out of another one in it. There you are. I'm back working again. Do you see what I mean? But I legitimately started to buy them for my nephew. But as soon as he got home, his dad, which is his stepdad, by the way, took the console off of him. So I used to try and hide, you know, so as soon as I found that out, I bought another one and gave it my dad and said, set it up at home. So there was 2 that I'd bought. One that got taken away by his stepdad. One that I gave my dad so that he could play something when he was round our house. Then there was the one I bought him for his room whenever he stayed in my house. There's 3. Then there was the one I had myself, 4, plus the spare 5. It just goes on. There's only another 3 to just to talk away. Yeah, they built up, and I've still got all 8. That's all it is.
Okay. Next one. Cy Robson says sequels better than the original. Aliens, Spider-Man 2. You said that one, didn't you? Spider-Man 2 and Terminator 2. Personally, I still think Alien is better than Aliens.
Alien is better than Alien.
Terminator, the original one, better than Terminator 2. I just something about it.
I can't separate Terminator and Terminator 2.
Yeah.
I can separate Alien and Aliens.
Yeah.
An Alien is better.
Yeah.
Sorry. I am more a person that likes stealth than shitloads coming at me. So, and I always will be on that. I like the silent stalker approach. That's why Predator works.
I think why I like Terminator, the first one, is because Arnie's the baddie in that. You know, he's the bad one. Where, of course, in Terminator 2, he turns as a protector to the lad, doesn't he? I don't know.
The actual answer to that is Terminator 1 is the only one where Arnold Schwarzenegger is the baddie.
Yeah.
It's the only one.
True, actually, yeah.
There's been 5 Terminators or whatever it is. There is only one where he's the baddie, and that's the third one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I'm not. I think it is very close for me. I agree with you. I think Terminator 2 is. It is just. It's a close thing. Definitely.
Well, Terminator 2 expands in every direction for Terminator 1.
But there's something about the originality when I first saw that.
Oh, hang on. You've got to be careful when you talk about that because he was taken to court over Terminator 1 for ripping off an Outer Limits story.
Yeah, I know. I knew you was going to get into something like that. But I'm just saying it from when I went to the cinema.
You can't say originality then, can you? Because it weren't originality.
It felt like it when I went to the cinema to see it. That's what it felt like. You know, but
it was called the Outer Limits episode, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, was in season 2 and it was called Soldier. Just so you know.
Oh dear. Where do we get them from?
I know, but can you send them back? No.
Oh dear. Next question. Oh, here's a good one for you. If you could change one scene in a film, what would you change and why? It's from Jim Jam. Oh my goodness me, my brain will this work out. Oh,
I'll let you go first because I can't.
No, I'm as blank as you at the moment. I'm trying to think of it. It's very difficult.
I mean, there's so many actually, but
and why as well? Yeah, I mean, why would you change?
I think we ought to move on, and because I don't think we've got an awful lot of time left.
No,
it's half 12.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It is quite a difficult question.
I will remember that for next week.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, Jim.
It's just the only reason, Jim Jam, is it's half 12 and I've got to get to work.
Let's get moving. Yeah, a very early memory was watching Every Which Way But Loose on TV, mesmerized by Clyde. Yeah, I could see that.
Clyde. Yeah.
Yeah. Talking of Godfather Part 2, it's getting a 4K restoration 50th anniversary screening in August at my local independent cinema. Oh, well, I didn't know it was its 50th anniversary.
Yeah, my Godfather set is a 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the sequel to Tron? I've not seen
It was all right, but I like the original
I've not
better.
seen it. Not seen sequel. Sai says Jim Jam movies and TV. I really enjoyed Tron Legacy. Oh, that is that what it was a visual treat, especially on IMAX 3D. Well, that does sound good. Yeah,
I've never seen an IMAX 3D
yeah,
production. I feel bad about that because apparently
yeah,
they were really good.
yeah. What's your favorite catchphrase from a TV series? I presume. Oh, I don't know. I can't think. All I'll say is, "You dirty old man." That's it. He said that a lot. Yeah, that's all I can think of.
Yeah, there's so many, so we'll
Yeah.
go past that one.
Right. Okay.
Yes, Psycho does have a good 4K
Yep.
trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what film is the best Korean war-based film? I'm sorry, Steve. Sorry, Steve.
I don't really know too much
don't-
Korean cinema.
I can't think of any Korean war films at all. No, can you think of any? No.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
really
can't.
big historian on Korean
Yeah.
films.
Sorry about that.
I've started to like them more because like I said, this Moon is a great Eastern film. You know what I mean? But
I'm surprised more hasn't been done. I mean, it was a big international conflict.
Is the Seven Samurai a Korean film?
I thought it was Japanese.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know if it was Japanese. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know enough.
Jim Jones says, "Do you remember when you used to get DVDs with a newspaper?" Yeah, I've still got some in my collection. And music as well. They used to do compilations.
They gave you things like Starsky and Hutch the movie and all sorts.
Yeah, all sorts. Yeah. And Cy Robson, would you say that the French Connection 2 is better than the original? I know what you mean. That is a very good question.
French Connection 2 is talked about more than the French Connection 1, and in fact, it's sometimes heralded as the better film in a lot of circles. But the trouble I have with it is just because something is talked about more, like House 2 is talked about more than House 1, doesn't necessarily make it the better of the two films. So I'd have trouble talking about that because I really do like French Connection 2, but I like French Connection as well.
Yeah.
Really, I like both films. If I was to choose, I probably would just edge with the French Connection 2. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I'll agree with Delboy and then just move on. That's a way of getting out in. Crikey, look, Tony York here. Good Korean war films. Manchurian Candidate. I didn't know that was Korean war film. Pork Chop Hill. 71 Into the Fire. Operation Chromite. I really enjoy that period of history. Vietnam seems to get more coverage and better known films. I agree about
out of all of those, I only recognize the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah, I didn't know it was about the Korean War though. I have heard Pork Chop Hill mentioned. I don't know nothing about it. I've heard that name before.
Pork Chop Hill.
Yeah, you can't beat a bit of pork chops, can you? Yeah. And then we've got thanks, we'll buy them. Yeah, Steve says.
Steve, what a great service all our friends do.
Yeah, we are brilliant, isn't it? What film do you enjoy on a rainy afternoon?
Star Trek the motion picture.
Oh, crikey, I don't know. I'll say Railway Children. Because
I will take any opportunity to watch Star Trek the motion picture. I don't care what I don't care if anybody knows it. That score alone allows me to watch that.
I could say loads of films, but I'm just I just picked one they made.
Oh yeah, Flight of the Doves, all of those.
Yeah, anything. Um. Oh, and here we are, Jim Jam. I enjoy Grease too. I know it gets a lot of it. I personally prefer the music. Well, there you are.
I hate
Yeah,
them both together equally.
yeah. Actually, people never mention the music in Grease too that much,
Yeah,
do they?
because there isn't any. It's shit.
Yeah, it's as bad as the first music.
As
It
bad as
can't
the
be any
first
worse
one.
than Grease 1.
Beauty.
Right,
If I hear
you're the
Beauty
one that I
School
want.
Dropout
Oh,
anymore, I will honestly kill people.
what an
Next.
awful film Grease is that everybody raves over. Sorry, I just get that rant out. And the music. Well, do you think having a laugh track on sitcoms is annoying?
If done badly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Stephen, sometimes, but it can help. That's what Jim
Exactly.
gets
You
about
try.
it. Yeah.
If you take the laughter track out of Only Fools and Horses, and they've done that a couple of times, it's a totally different experience.
Right. And Peter Cushing was in Space 99. Yeah. I did eventually find it. and and yes, the first series is better than the second series. Says Steve Gaming. Yeah, well, you would, wouldn't you? It's not as clear cut as that. Jim Jam movies and TV. Okay, I'll leave you with this. Picked up, complete. Oh, crikey. Space 1999 for £5, and on the buses for £1. Is that on the buses complete?
Yeah, and he's a bastard. He's a bastard. That's all we got to say, really. He goes in and he I'm sure that he got the on the buses for £1 because he went in there with a sawed-off shotgun and said, "Hand over everything, please."
Don't you think £5 was a bit much for Space 1999? Crikey, you had to pay £4 more. Whoa, I think that's a bit much there.
Whatever are you going to do? You're not going to be able to buy a McDonald's now. Oh dear, what am I going to do? Jesus Christ!
And Tony Hawk says, saw Cushing and Lee in the Gorgon. I love the Gorgon. Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
In a double bill with the Reptile. Brilliant
Yeah.
film, which they weren't in, but it gave quite a large role for good old Michael Ripper as a publican. That's all he ever played virtually, and a horse coach. Michael Ripper, what an actor, popping up in Hammer films, always there. Brilliant. And Gorgon and Reptile, brilliant. Barry Morse was in Zoo Gang. Oh, I've not seen that one. I know that's a network title. I think you mentioned it before. Episode with Peter Cushing was Missing Link. Yeah, that's Steve's gaming again. And Steve says, now Ian's Googling it. Cheat. Well, not a cheat. I'm just trying to
You were? You cheated?
Yeah.
I think I'll go on the internet and find out.
Yeah, well, why not?
What a blatant cheat that was.
I mean, you've never done that in your life, have you?
I've got a clue what you're talking about.
I can see that halo slipping. Yeah, Zoo Gang tends to get forgotten as an ITC series. Great cast with John Mills. I know you mentioned that, and Lily Palmer. Yeah, Zoo Gang, and I bet it costs a lot. Or does it? Or perhaps I don't know. Is Ian using the stream version of the internet?
He's using a gaslit version.
I'm putting another piece of coal on fire to.
Yeah, it took you 10 minutes. Then you got the wrong answer and had to do it again.
What film would you love to be a fly on the wall to while filming was taking place? Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct at the famous film. There you are. that would be a very good view, wouldn't it? Yeah, Delboy.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah, I did mine as quick as I could.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of something
Yeah.
that's not pervy like you did, Ian. And
Yeah,
just
well, it just was quickly came into my mind.
I was trying to think of one where there's a conversation going on, and you go, "Oh, I really wish I was in that." I
Well,
really
there
wish I was
isn't
in that.
that. They're trying to get a conversation going.
I mean, I'll just quickly answer by just saying any of my favorite films. I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall in absolutely any scene, and that can be things like Some Like It Hot. It could be Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I'd have just loved to be able to hear the conversations, that were going on. I think it's because I'm just a nosy voyeur. There you are. I am.
Right.
I don't
Thank
mind
you.
saying.
Steve's game. It would have been faster for him to read the comments. Yeah, thank you. I can see your trouble as well now. But hey, buyer,
Being as you are now an hour and 45 behind.
It's one of Delboy's lot. What would you
Hour and 45
expect?
minutes it's taking for you to get to that comment.
It's one of those. Yeah. Who remembers Follyfoot catching
I
things?
do.
Yeah,
I
remember
tree.
It, but I didn't watch it.
It was the lightning tree. It stood. It's all about a tree that was born in a thunderstorm.
Right. Okay. Follyfoot was filmed up here in Yorkshire. Yes.
Yeah, which is why it was shit.
It's the best place to film it. Why wouldn't you?
Which is why it was shit.
Film it in Yorkshire. Tony, wow, awesome, mate. Yeah, it is. It's the only place. Yeah,
isn't
that's
it?
why he says. Tony, do you own many networks? I think it was around Harewood. Oh, between Leeds and Harrogate. What Harewood House? It could have been around that area. Yeah, Harewood House is massive. Peter Vaughan was grouty in porridge, yeah, and it just pops up everywhere. He does. Jim Jam, a fair few. Most of the ITC series, some of the best of British films, and a handful of comedies, children's series. Is quite a lot of network titles. Awesome, Tony. Is there any you regret not getting? And Jim Jones says, not a fan of old gold media. 45 quid for most box sets that were originally 25 to 30 at a push. I know somebody else who was mentioning that last week.
Well, actually, what I've noticed about old gold media and network is the difference in price is generally a tenner. So if you look at Armchair Theatre, it's £55 on the network label. It's $64.95 on the old gold label. When I told you about this World at War on Blu-ray,
that's right. Yeah,
the network one's 45 quid. The old gold one was £55. Why is it an extra tenner? I don't know. But they all seem to be a tenner out, and Denny is the one who's going to be squeezing the next one because he wants to buy Who Done It. That John Pertwee game show that he did, which is based on Cluedo.
Yeah. Yes, Jim Jam. The only Blu-ray release they did for the Sweeney Series 1, it goes for over 100 quid now on eBay. Still hopeful Old Gold may release the complete Blu-ray of this series eventually. 100 quid.
I was really excited for them to come back, but I'm not excited for them to rip off people for an extra tenner.
Yeah.
And then not use that money to then pay for restorations of other stuff.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that, that tenner that I'm paying an extra for is just purely because they brought it out of print.
Yeah.
And the trouble is, they're not out of print because you go onto Amazon and you can still buy the old network release.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm just going, you're showing your true colours by showing you how much you're going to rip us off.
Yeah. This bit is interesting because I think it has been mentioned. Jim Jones says, Old Gold are only really focusing on releasing stuff from Thames TV.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all things like the Ben Hill annual shows.
Yeah.
Know.
Turning out, Sweeney was Thames, so a possible release, I guess. Yeah, I think that probably is. I've started watching Emmerdale Farm from the beginning. I own all 5 volumes. Delboy's mum, I think, is a big fan of
She does like Emmerdale,
yeah,
but
she-
even
you mentioned it quite a
even
bit.
I know the first episode of Emmerdale. It's written in history, isn't it? I mean, you've got the Sugden brother coming back to Emmerdale to be at the funeral for one of the family members of Emmerdale Farm. He was the one who was in it the longest as well. It wasn't Fraser Hines, it was the other brother. What's his name? Joe Sugden, that's it. So Joe Sugden, I think he came back from Europe to be at the back in the farm for the funeral. Then he stays behind and decides that he's going to make a go of it, turning the Emmerdale Farm business back into a viable product and go against people that would try to turn it into land, into houses and things like that, which has been the subject of Emmerdale all the way through it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that was when Mr. Wilkes was around, and I still think you look like Mr. Wilkes. So there you are.
Well, thank you very much. Definitely, Tony. Some great guest stars. There you are, Tony. And Tony, Emmerdale filmed on a specially made set in there. Oh, it is on the Airwood estate. Yeah, never watched it for years. No, since it stopped being focused on the farming aspect.
Oh yeah, as soon as they dropped Emmerdale Farm and called it Emmerdale, they stopped it basically being a farming series. So.
Yeah, it was about the area, I suppose, or whatever.
Emmerdale, that's it.
Yeah. And Missing Presumed Wiped was a documentary on Dad's Army Series 1 and 2.
Yes, that's the actual name of the documentary, Missing Presumed
Wiped. Student Taylor says, do you think all this wokeness is stopping decent comedies from being made?
Yes.
There's always people taking offense at the slightest things these days. Yeah.
Nail on the head, couldn't have said it any better.
Yeah, I think we've all agreed on this over weeks since we've been doing this. Yeah, I agree.
You couldn't even do any Fools and Horses with this woke the way things are.
Yeah. And
or even Mrs. Bouquet, or I think it would be even difficult to do Last of the Summer Wine. That's how bad things are.
But as you, I think it was you, nail on the head last week. You said, "Can you name a comedy series over recent years?" And we were struggling. We were very struggling.
Great one.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah. Tony, worth getting, bud. Each volume has 35 episodes. Is that the Emmerdale Farm, I presume? Yeah.
He's got 5 volumes. There's 35 episodes.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
Let me see. I think you're 35,472 episodes behind then.
Yeah.
Right. It's been going for it's been being shown twice a week for 40, 50 years. I think your 35 episodes means that you ain't even got to the end of year 1 yet.
Imagine if you was a Coronation Street fan. That must be even.
That was again 2 episodes a week.
That was in the 60s.
It was in the 2000s where it went to 3 episodes a week.
Yeah, but that goes right back to the 60s.
Then it turned from half an hour into an hour.
Yeah, is it an hour?
It's an hour now.
Does it still have that depressing theme tune? And
there's nothing wrong with that theme tune, you miserable bastard.
Oh, bloody, it's boring. Oh dear, it gets on my nerves. That
boring.
Thing. Yeah, it's awful. It's just depressing. Just reminds me of all those awful shows. And oh no, what's your favorite Hancock episode? I'll say Radio Ham one.
I'll go then with the blood donor.
Yeah, and we were going to say that also. Tony, I'll have a look at those films, Jim Jan. Have you seen Parkin's Patch, another network about a heartbeat style copper also set in late 60s Yorkshire. I have never heard of that. That comes out with some cracking things I've never heard of. Parkins and set in Yorkshire, of course. Well, yeah, there you are.
The only thing good in Yorkshire is tea. Next.
Oh, mind you, Craggy even is. Did you hear that? He actually mentioned Yorkshire tea. Crikey. What's going on?
I still prefer PG.
There we go.
That's, the only thing, that's the only thing good out of Yorkshire.
Chicken monkey. The BBC did a great job on the Young Ones Blu-ray. Yeah, a lot of people said that. With loads of bonus content. Fingers crossed for bottom Blu-ray set.
I think bottom Blu-ray set is a possibility with the fact that they've just interviewed Ade Edmondson about a retrospective of Rick Mail and what he feels about his career, and how he feels now looking back at bottom. And they've even done some extended versions of episodes that they actually showed on Gold. I think there's a good opportunity that those Blu-rays will be out.
And I think Young Ones Blu-ray was very well received, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's a good chance, I think, that will happen. You're right. Yeah. I am, Tony. We'll look into it. Spitting Image went bad after series 12. It probably I never watched it that far. I must admit.
Spitting Image went bad after series 1. Series one was eye-opening. Season 2 onwards is.
Did it come back again? Didn't they try to revive
it was taken off and brought back and all sorts.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a bad disservice. Spitting Image is satire, but I would rather watch Yes Minister than I would Spitting Image.
Oh yeah,
because I'd rather watch something that I can understand rather than little clips of Margaret Thatcher sticking her nose up someone's rubber bum.
Oh god!
Because
I can imagine though. Boris Johnson would have been a perfect Spitting Image figure. He would have been a perfect script. He just had everything there.
I think they all would, with their wigs flapping off.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Spitting Image, but it became very high profile very, very quickly, and I think it was harmful.
Spitting Image had a lot of good voice actors on there.
That's what I'm saying. You've got Steve Coogan there. You've got a lot. But all I'm trying to get at is I could do without things like the Chicken Song and that being in the chart.
The musical stuff.
And that's what people then talked about in the playground was, do you remember the song at the end? What was it? It was the Chicken Song.
Yeah.
And I'm going, what, didn't you watch the actual? Are you mentioning that because you didn't understand the satire of the whole of the rest of the program? Because that's all they ever talked about was the dumb bloody song that would have been at the end of each episode.
I'm sure you do. You remember Not the 9 O'Clock News? That was a really good series.
That had a lot better sketches in it.
It was great
with the monkey saying,
absolutely great.
I didn't want to be in that bloody shot anyway. I was living sitting there with my ass in the wet jungle.
Let's have a look. Who remembers Up the Elephant Round the Castle?
Yes, Jim.
I don't like him.
Jim Davis, wasn't it? It was a one-season thing about a Cockney pub.
That whole thing. Awful.
Shit.
He's one of those things. Some people do like him, but I just don't like him.
I saw one episode of that being filmed.
Did you?
I went to Thames TV when they pulled people off of the streets to sit in on pilots and things. The stuff that was on at the time. I remember being dragged in to do that. I thought it was shit.
He's the sort of person that thinks he's funny, and he really is not funny.
I was also dragged in to do one called Trick or Treat, which was a game show with Jim Carrey with Julian Clary.
Oh, crikey!
It ran for one season. It was shit. They always ask the audience to fill in a card at the end, and I always tick the box. This is awful.
Yeah,
awful.
yeah.
But but they still actually released them as one season episodes. It's
Oh
incredible.
dear. I was so curious. I just checked, and Stanley Baxter is still with us. He's 98 years old.
I'm
Oh,
surprised at that. I
yeah,
thought he was dead now, but
yeah,
yeah, okay.
98.
I
Wow.
think is he in a nursing home or something?
I don't, could be. Yeah, but yeah. Tony read my mind, mate. Was going to check.
I'm just going to
That
go and get a drink. All right, won't be
yeah.
a minute.
Okay.
Carry on reading.
Okay. Jim Jam movies and TV. Is it true in the 60s pubs would close when the Forsyth Saga was on? I don't know. It was very popular. But actually, now listen, I remember that Forsyth Saga was uh, on a Sunday. Now, for quite a few years, certainly in the 60s, pubs were not open in the on Sundays. There were no pubs open on Sundays. I remember that quite clearly because there was a pub where I lived in Leeds opposite, and it was always closed. But that, as far as I know, is and I'm sure Forsyth Saga was on a Sunday. I may be wrong, but definitely in the 60s, the pubs were not open on Sundays for quite a few reasons. Well, there were shops as well. A lot of shops were not allowed to be open on Sundays. Yeah. Anything? Do you want to add anything to that?
We're going to have to wind it up in 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
So
Okay. So of the Emmerdale volumes, you can get off the World Books cheaply.
Hang on. I think you want to speed read.
You get them for your mum. Yeah. Thanks, Jim Jam. I'll have a look. No worries, mate. I've just got get the 70s set of Coronation Street. Whew. Yeah, that'll be big. Del, I was done over by 2PE Private Industry, which I have happily now left. So you have my sympathies. All right, yeah.
The 2P process just protects your quality of life. It doesn't protect your job title and stuff. In other words, the job's okay, but you basically you could be a director, but when you 2P it across, you'll be the manager of the cleaning company.
Sorry, I realised you're right. We should need to get moving on here. It's getting up for 1 o'clock, isn't it? So, do you remember Out of Town? That's Steve's Gaming. I have no idea that. No. Yes, Out of Town with Jack Hargreaves. Oh yeah, I remember Jack is and Fred Dinich.
Oh, yeah.
I remember.
Those were shown, as far as I'm concerned, in the afternoon between the news and the children's TV stuff. It was about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Talking of Labour government, didn't Boris's eloquent last-minute speech impress you? Yes, he's laughing. Yes, we saw that today, didn't we? Yeah. Steve's game. Tories have taken from pensioners too and tried to kill the disabled. Yeah, I agree about the disabled as well. Yeah.
Tried to kill
New York council tax is so outdated. They base the amount you have to pay on house values from the 90s. In my opinion, the amount payable should relate to household income. I don't want to go too much into that, but that's a good point. Tony York, Arthur Lowe even played a bank manager in No Sex, Please, We're British. The comedy with Ronnie Corbett. Oh yeah, I've said that. Saw Tommy Ball as a window cleaner in a couple of episodes of Heartbeat. Oh, crikey. As Tony York said that. And Stephen Taylor says, thanks for your earlier answer about work, Del. I'm very sorry about the way you've been treated. Yeah, I agree. And then Good night, everyone. A fantastic stream. That's Jim Jam. Thank you so much, Jim Jam, for joining. Thank you. Night, night. Don't forget to watch Delboy's stream tomorrow. Don't forget tomorrow night, Del Stream. How you said it before? I see you all there. There you are. Brilliant. And Ian and Del never change, lads. Nah. Tony Hawk, night, Jim Jam. Tony Hawk, I'd forgotten all about Cadbury's mini rolls, Del. Used to love them. I still love them. Oh, yeah, I could eat them all day. I could live on them. I could live on them.
Cake bars are terrible.
Yeah.
One snap and they're gone, and they don't fill you up. Terrible.
As a diabetic, my doctor would go, absolutely. Mind you, not be nurse, not doctor. Isn't MASH set during the Korean War? Yes, it is. Tony Hawk, the original Manchurian Candidate was about soldiers being brainwashed. That's it, while being prisoner of wars in 50s Korea. Pork Chop Hill stars Gregory Peck. The hill is held by the Koreans. UN forces attempt to retake. Oh, right. Well, that's interesting. And certainly Manchurian Candidate, about the brainwashing, yeah. Didn't Frank Sinatra star in one of them as well?
Yeah, I think he did.
Nighty night, guys. Sorry, Robson. Good night. Thank you. Danny, what a great stream. Have a good one. Thank you, Danny, as always, for joining us. And thank you, Tony. Good morning, gents. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Tony. Thank you so much for joining us, and everybody who's contributed. There's still 7 people here, and that's great. Thank you all, and thank you, Delboy. It's been great. Honestly, it's been great with you. Thank you so much, and we'll be here again next week.
Yeah. Salute.
I'll see thee again. And